Hi guys, welcome to the
Yeah,
channel.
I
If
just
you're new
muted
here.
myself.
Owen! Okay. Hi guys, sorry about that. If you are new here, I'm so happy to have you and thank you for joining us. We are our first channel to go live, so welcome to all you guys. Thank you all for showing up tonight. We're going to be doing our very first 2028 primary live stream for the Super Tuesday. I hope you guys enjoy it. Feel free to interact with the live chat with me and everybody else like that. We also have Owen in the chat. We will be having more guests coming in later throughout tonight. But I hope nonetheless you guys enjoy this experience. It's a once in a kind experience similar to the midterms. Hopefully better this time. But we have taken a lot of your feedback and your responses, and we try to make this as the best as we can. So we do have some time, probably say about 15 to 20 minutes before Leo starts putting out the first results. And me and Owen are going to start talking about the results and the data. We have a lot to talk about tonight. So let's get to it. Let's get started. All right, Owen, you can unmute yourself now.
Okay. What's up, everybody? Okay.
All right, guys. So on your screen right here, we have the Democratic primary results for the 2028 presidential election. The top contenders are right now is Leonard Kim. He is from New York, the state of New York. He's actually the vice president of Christopher Oliva, and he is a far left candidate compared to Rainbow Dash, who is the second leading candidate and who's expected and more popular than Leonard Kim and is from the state of Texas and leans slightly left. Uh, we also have Robert Flores. He's from California, and he is a centrist candidate, but he dropped out because he just wanted to give up early. We do have Ever, who also is a centrist candidate, also from California, also who dropped out. We have Eleanor Templeton from Florida, who's left. She does not plan to drop out anytime soon until the state of Florida is called, and she hopes to compete and at least win her home state so she can set herself up to 2032. We do have Teddy Roosevelt. He won his first presidential election back in the 1900s. He planned to run again here, but right now we had no delegates. He did win a little bit at the popular vote with 5.2%, but not enough anywhere close to winning a delegate. The question is that everybody wants to know is, will he win any delegates tonight? And if so, will it be enough to be able to put him in the front seat, or will he drop out? We also have Tom Higgins, who is now the vice president nominee for Rainbow Dash, if she was to become the Democratic presumptive nominee. And we do also have Chico, who also dropped out right after Iowa. So we do have some candidates tonight on the Democratic Party side. However, let's go into the GOP, the Republican primary. We do have less candidates than last time. We have Louis Amaya from New Jersey, and he leans slightly to the right, and he is currently ahead by a wide margin and is expected to become the presumptive Republican nominee by tonight. He won't be official because he won't have enough delegates, but he will be the front runner. That's based on what the early polls say. However, Jeffrey Lee is not too far behind him in those polls, and Jeffrey Lee is currently second right behind him. He is from the state of North Carolina and is a centrist. He has ran in two previous presidential elections back in 2020 and 2024. We also have Joseph Branahan from the state of Florida, and he is also a centrist candidate. Unfortunately, he dropped out. He just felt like he couldn't compete. We also do have Dwight D. Eisenhower from the state of Texas, who is also very far right and has also been disqualified under the notion of committing election fraud and lying to the voters of the American people in the Texas governor's race. So therefore, he was immediately disqualified from running for office in this election. So these are the candidates. These are the people. This is the results for the 2028 election so far as it goes into it. So, Owen, do you have anything to say about this? Who do you think is going to be the presumptive Republican nominee tonight?
Lewis.
Lewis? Why do you say Lewis?
Well, if you can see, each primary keeps on going to Lewis more and more. Plus, mostly it's kind of like the real 2024 election, but like Lewis is like a very good candidate for the Republicans, while Lee loses to a third party. So I think a lot of Republicans don't want to lose, so they pick in a safe ideal, which is Lewis.
Right. No, I completely agree with you. Now, according to what it says on the polls on the Discord server, we have Lewis Amaya only ahead narrowly with 53% to Jeffrey Lee 47%. When asked and polled candidates and voters in the Discord server, who do you think would be the big winner tonight on Super Tuesday in the Republican primary? It seemed to be hotly contested. Everybody seemed to be almost split on who they believe is going to be the Republican nominee for president. They still don't think Lewis Amaya is going to be the front runner. They still believe that Jeffrey Lee may be able to pull an upset. Do you believe that he actually has a chance tonight? It's just that he was to win a few states, or do you think it's going to be a done deal for Lewis Amaya?
So what I think is Lee might has a possibility to win Vermont, like New Hampshire, and maybe even Virginia. But I think the rest of the states, or even California, can go for Lee. But I think a lot of the conservative voters will vote for Lewis, and lots will go. Some liberal states that have went Democrat to the last couple elections will go for Lee.
Right.
Or
Now I do want to talk about another candidate, a candidate that I forgot to mention. Oopsie. My apologies for that. Skylar B. Bennett. As we all know, Skylar B. Bennett has ran against President Oliva in a previous election in 2024 and lost quite bigly, actually. If you can see it on your screen right here, President Oliva won with 407 electoral votes to Skylar B. 131. And even if you look at the GOP primary for the Republican Party, Skylar barely got enough delegates. The only reason why they were able to expand upon the delegate amount was because Jeffrey Lee dropped out because Skylar already reached the threshold needed and required in order to become the nominee. And I find that to be really interesting. Now, how do you feel like now that you know that Skylar B is running again in 2028 for the third time in a row and has still not become president any of the time that she ran before? At least you know what they say, the third time the charm. Do you think Skylar B. Bennett even had a chance? I mean, according to the Discord polls, they put 0% of a possibility of Skylar B. Bennett becoming the Republican nominee once again. Do you think the Republicans learned tonight and back in 2024 to never nominate Skylar B. Bennett? Even she ran in Kansas and she still lost by only got 30% of the vote in Kansas for governor. Do you think that she even had the possibility of winning any sort of stage tonight?
No. You know when it's bad when B lost Iowa? Because the last two elections B didn't lose Iowa. So B is not even liked in whole home state. So that's saying something, right? So
Right.
yeah, and basically B got kicked out of Ike's jail. She's mostly inactive. That's why she lost basically everything. And most of the other candidates are way much more better. So that's why a lot of people don't think he has a chance in the election.
Yeah, no, I definitely agree with you. So we want to move on to the next primary. Let's talk about the Democratic Party primary. When we go and look at the Discord poll right here, we have Rainbow Dash and Lenore Kim, the vice president right now, neck and neck at 47% respectively, with only Eleanor Templeton getting 5% of the popular vote, with Teddy Roosevelt getting 0. So Teddy Roosevelt in this instant is a nobody when it comes to popularity. When it comes to that type of situation, he didn't even vote for himself even in the poll. And so, do you believe that tonight we might see a scenario in which the Republican primary may be hotly competitive, according to the Discord poll, and they were asked, who do you think would be the big winner tonight? It seemed to be the Discord is split evenly in the Republican and the Democratic primary. Do you think we might even have a victor tonight, or someone who's going to be leading by far wide margin, or you think it might be hotly contested and this might be dragged on for another couple more weeks?
I think it's going to take longer for the Democrats than the Republicans, only because of some people that won't drop out till the very end, which is Teddy's job. But Teddy is already defeated. Teddy wanted to drop out and those wobbled, but didn't and forgot because he lives in Ireland and it was different time zones. But he's just staying in for the name recognition, and that's not even helping him. But I
Right.
think
But he had
Leo.
name recognition. That's the funny thing. He had name recognition.
Yeah.
And like, if
Yeah.
you look at the data back in all the other elections that we held in 2020, 2024, you know, a lot of the people who ran as presidents who won respectively their races back then, they never seemed to manage to actually, hi Shamrock, they never managed to somewhat manage to win any sort of governor or Senate races or even the presidential races. They never seem to become the nominee. And it seems to be that, okay, yeah, you could be running as somebody who won in the past, but there always seem to be a negative connotation. People don't want to vote for somebody who already won their elections in the past, because as everybody always knows, the electorate is not the same as the electorate in the Discord server. So you cannot run with the candidate who is not known or doesn't even be liked by the people in the Discord. Like, you could run as Donald Trump, doesn't mean you're going to win as Donald Trump. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
The electorate is not there. You cannot enthusiaze the base to be able to get people to go out and vote for that candidate. But people already made up their mind about who they're going to vote for. If they see Donald Trump on their ballot, they're going to vote for either for Donald Trump or against Donald Trump. It's no longer going to be the person who's playing Donald Trump. It's just going to be the name recognition, and that's going to end up hurting people in the long run.
Hey Chris, Leo said in the chat, I will post results at 10:20. So we have to wait 19 minutes.
All right, perfect. Thanks, Leo. I know, I find that to be interesting. I mean, tonight, I don't know who's going to become the nominee, the presumptive nominee. It would be really shocking, honestly, personally speaking, if Robert seemed to somewhat pull ahead. So you want to move on? Let's talk about the next thing. Do you have anything you want to say before we move on?
Nah, I'm good.
Okay.
Right.
Hey, Shamrock.
Hello.
How are you? Welcome to the channel.
Yeah, I'm doing great. Sorry I'm a little late.
Don't be. It's okay. Absolutely, it's fine. Dash is late, as always, fashionably late, but that's okay. So let's talk about the approval rating. I find that to be really interesting. Is how much do you guys think the approval rating is going to affect Leo's chances of becoming president? You know, the incumbent president right now, who President Oliva right now, has an average approval rating of 64.9% to 24.8% disapproval, with 11.5% undecided, with an approval average span between the approval and disapproval of 40.1%. When you look at the most recent poll here, hold on, let me see if I can get down because it's somewhat not loading. Okay. The most recent poll that was taken on June 19th to the 22nd, President Oliva has 75% approval rating to only 18% disapprove, with 7% undecided, with a net span between the two of 57%. When you compare that data to Vice President Leonard Kim, right, you can start to see that that's a different story. Leonard Kim only is approved by 45.2% to disapproval, 32.5%, and undecided 22.4%, with only a net spread of only 12.7%. The most recent poll that was taken the same exact day with the same polling sample, only 36% of respondents say that they approve of Vice President Leonard Kim, to a disapproval of 54%, with 11 still undecided on who they plan to, whether or not they approve of his performance, with a negative net span of 18%. Now, how do you feel like that might be affecting his campaign?
Well,
So,
do you want to speak first?
no, you can. You can say more.
Okay, thanks. I would just like to point out that the more partisan a politician appears to get, the more their approval rating falls off. I think originally Leo kind of stayed a little quiet, went along with what the policies of the Oliva administration were saying, which were extremely popular, and thus his approval rating shot up as well. However, once he kind of ventured into his own campaign, kind of reached for independence, grew more partisan at the debates and his campaign rallies, I think a lot of Republicans and a lot of independents, and even some of his opponents, kind of turned away from his campaign, turned away from his approval. And I think if you especially notice the like he goes from 24% approve to even, 12% approve, 6% approve, 20% disapprove, and then 18% disapprove. So it's kind of like a little roller coaster. And I think the more partisan he gets, the less likely he is to become popular.
Right.
I think
That makes sense. No,
I think
absolutely. And what do you have to say to that?
Well, I think that is true, and but what I always said, well, not always say, if you see that even poll, that was the start of like the very start of the that was one of the reasons that kind of started shifting, because it was never that close, but then it started to be way much more closer right after that even poll, which basically showed around this time, like the date of that even poll, something had to happen. Or Leo, probably it's because Leo is strict about stuff and all that. That's probably why disapproval, not the policy, because not a lot of people approve on policy, but some approve the how. Like you get a very good approval rating because you're not too strict. You're not you know, kind of like Leo, and you're like a chill guy, right? So they approve of you. You get that thing. So basically, you can kind of see around that time it just started that too,
Yeah,
and
that
it
makes sense.
shifted more. Yeah.
And so, like that, no, that makes a lot more sense, you know. And when you look at the data here, and you know, and let's just compare them to previous vice presidents. We had Vice President Clark Kent, who was probably the most popular of them all, I would definitely say. And but then again, take it with a grain of salt. You know, Clark Kent only had one poll, so he was only popular for the data that had him. But there were no other polls after that. But he had a 41.0% spread. If it was just me and Clark Kent, we would have probably been one of the most popular presidencies on the Discord server. However, Clark Kent has been very inactive. And I wanted somebody who was active, who was actively participating, you know, getting out the vote, getting people, you know. He was a Republican. I did run on a unity ticket, and I still kept my promise, even without a vice president who was a Republican. You know, who's very popular. Now, I went again with another Republican. You guys all know him, Vice President Diego. He actually had a terrible disapproval rating. I mean, he had 13.5 negative spread, with only 34.5% approval of him to 48% disapproval, with an undecided 17.5% undecided. Now, this is for a former Republican Vice President Diego, and he had a similar very similar disapproval rating and approval rating to Leonard Kim, right? And so he was very unpopular. Like, if you think about it, Leonard Kim, if you look at the data and you look at the results here, he's unable to win normally above 35%. That's kind of like normally his net threshold. He can't seem to reach higher than that. And same thing goes for Diego. The same thing goes for Skylar. And so, because the more unpopular you are, the lower the threshold is required. So the only way Leo necessarily could win any sort of primary is he needs a very highly competitive, a large amount of people in the primary in order to have some sort of dominance to win some sort of momentum in the primary. The question is, there's not a lot of Democrats to be able to give him that momentum. He has a very strong candidate up against him, and that's Rainbow Dash. The thing is, can he hold on tonight, and whether or not he's going to be able to defend the Dash momentum?
Yeah, I think his approval rating definitely is going to like vary a lot during this campaign. I think when he says bipartisan unity statements and isn't as controversial, his approval rating is going to tick up, and I think with that, his support. I think in the Democratic primaries, his approval rating,
Really?
support are almost like tied together. But I think in the general election, it's not going to matter near as much. I think people are just going to vote by
interesting
party.
to see how that indicates. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But let's talk about what you were saying, because you were saying how it may not matter much. Well, luckily for me, I did the data. right? And so let's take a look at the approval rating I did. I took the graph that Leo made and I formatted it into the way that we normally see our elections every single day when it comes to the presidential approval rating. If you look on here, right, can you guys see the screen? You want me to zoom in?
Yep, I can see the screen.
Yeah,
Okay.
I can see it.
So if you look in right here where it said election day, right, the average between May was 67.1% to Skylar B. Bennett getting 32.9% of the vote. That's a net spread of 34.2 in terms of approval, right? If you look at my average approval rating, I don't have it on me, but I can go back to the other one where Leo had all the exit polling data. Let's see if it's right here. Let's go back to that data and let's take a look at that results. Okay, so the average during that time was around here. So I had a 70 to 17 disapproval. So with 13% undecided. Obviously, that 13% undecided went to the Republican candidate, while I kind of went down a little bit in terms of approval. And you can kind of see that here because after Election Day, was it April 19th to the 30th, 30 May 2nd to the 5th, I kind of went down a little bit into the 60s. And that was a key indicator. Okay, they stayed on par with how the election was actually going. Because you look here, you can actually see that, right? You can kind of see it dips a little bit on election day, but it kind of stays stable a little bit. Then it goes back up. But the thing is for Leo, because if you look at my approval rating in the past prior to the election day, it was kind of like a roller coaster, very similar to Leo's. The thing is, can Leo create that sort of coalition, that dominance, and sort of bipartisanship that I created? Can he be able to do that and stabilize the approval rating, or is he going to have that roller coaster where we actually don't know who's going to win until election day? Because I was able to do it on the April 29th to the 30th, 2 days prior to the election. I was able to shoot from 52 to 70. Then it kind of went down a little bit and I was able to maintain. The thing is, can Leo do that with such a high disapproval rating? The thing is, I don't know if Leo's going to be able to win.
Yeah, and wait, I have to say something. Yeah. It will take longer for the results.
Okay, you said you were saying something?
Oh, okay. So it's net.
No, I was about to talk about that. You can
What?
talk.
Okay. The polls of approval and like the election results show a incorrect, I guess you could call it, of 3 in favor of Skylar B. Bennett. And I think that could be pretty similar to the presidential election results we see in both our timeline in 2024 and in the 2028 presidential election.
Right. So you want to take a look and see at the exit polls, and let's talk about the exit polls in 2024 and how that might be a general consensus for how it might go in the year 2028 if, just say, Skylar B. Bennett was to be the nominee, because this is the exit poll right here. So we have all the data.
Yeah, the average shows so 67%, 89%. That's a 12, I believe. Am I doing the math right? 12?
Wait, what are you looking at?
No, 22. Okay. So for Democrats, 22. Oh, okay. I did it wrong. I did the math wrong. Hold up, my bad. I thought the Democrat was just in general.
No, so this is the Democratic candidate up against Skylar B. Bennett. Because the thing is, in order for a Republican to even have a shot at winning in 2028, they need to break down and expand upon Skylar B. Bennett, exit poll data. First of all, they need to be able to gain on other. They need to be able to gain on the LGBT vote. That's a key vote there. And, having Skylar B. Bennett, who was, he said some homophobic remarks, being homophobic and being a Republican is not a good mix, especially in a Dover where there's a high population percentage of those who identify themselves as part of the LGBT community.
I'll be right back. I'm gonna join so I can have Discord open because I'm currently on like the Discord thing.
Okay. Okay.
Hey,
Anyway, let's move on.
Chris, Cole
What?
is kind of like a troll. I kind of stated that. If you
What do you say?
can look
You're,
at the
you're
private
talking
chat.
very low.
Oh, so Cobe Hawthorne, if you can read that, I don't know if he's
Oh,
being
Kobe's not a
serious
troll. He's
or not because it
he's
says
a moderator
impeach
in the
prison.
Discord server. So Kobe's not a troll. I don't know what he's doing.
Oh, I did not know that.
Leo, can you confirm if that's actually Kobe, or is that just someone pretending to be Kobe? If so, we'll kick him out. Kobe Hawthorne, this guy. Anyway, while we're waiting, let's talk about the next thing. Actually,
yeah.
I really want to talk about that. I think this is going to be really interesting. Let's talk about the 13 keys. I think this is going to be really interesting to see, and I think Shamrock. I really want to see what Shamrock has to say about that too. But Shamrock, are you familiar with the 13 keys to win the White House?
Oh yes, I am definitely familiar with this.
Okay, so me and Leo for the longest time in 2020 and 2024, we did this. We did the keys. That's how I knew I was going to win re-election as Christopher Oliver. I knew that I was going to win because of this key. The thing is, I'm not sure if it's going to be able to replicate that again. So we're going to go through each category, and me and you and Owen are going to decide, and maybe some of the people in the live chat here are going to pick and decide whether or not a box is going to be colored in for red, meaning it's false for the Republicans, and blue for the Democrats for true. You know what I mean? We're going to try to see, okay, who is going to be the incumbent and who is not going to be, and whether or not they have the momentum to win the next one.
Well, I'll speak from someone who got their butt kicked during the midterms, that the midterm gain absolutely goes to the Democrats. They definitely
I also believe that too.
All expectations in the midterms. In fact, many were hoping and thinking it would be a red wave. Instead, it was like a blue wave.
Yeah,
and so
let's talk about that. Let's go through that data.
Basically.
Not only did they smash expectations, but they also performed extremely well. So I think it would be absurd to say that the midterms goes to anyone else other than Democrats.
Right.
Yeah, it was a very bad day.
I see right here, we had the governorship. The Democrats won 10 governorships, the Republicans winning 6 total, would it come down to actual candidates winning, the Republicans only won 2 governorships, which ended up in California, ended up switching the Democrat anyway. Yeah. But nonetheless, it still holds for the Republican because it was back in 2026.
And in Michigan, we barely even got to hold that seat because just a few days later, we caught Michigan Mike red-handed. But it did turn out good. We got Kanashan made as a governor there. Or no, not Kanashan. I think was it Lewis or Kanashan?
No, it was it was in Michigan. It was Michigan Mike. Who was disqualified for election rigging.
Yeah. But who took the place? I'm trying to remember who Ronald Reagan put in charge there. But we really didn't even get to hold that seat either. So governor-wise, it was almost a complete wipeout. The House wasn't very good either. And
let's talk about the House.
Someone who's lost in the
Let's show that right now. Hold on. Yeah, let's talk about the result in the House. So when it came down to the third party, I wasn't sure if the Democratic Party was even going to hold the necessary majority, and it actually reached 218, which means that even with third party turnout, high turnout for third party, the Democrats still managed to hold on to the House of Representatives, even without any sort of third party taking a significant portion of this House seat. They're able to still hold the House. When it comes to the third-party caucusing directly with the Democrats here, it pushes the total to 283 House seats to 152 for the Republicans.
Yeah, they managed to clinch on to a full-scale majority even with third party. And, you know, the Speaker of the House, as the House Minority Leader, is someone I can definitely respect. He has been a great companion in the House of Representatives. And even though we did lose, I'm very glad he did manage to become the Speaker of the House, and I'm very glad he kept his seat. And I'm looking forward to working with him, no matter the how results be in 2024 if I get made, or 2028 if I get made Speaker, and if he's the Minority Leader, or vice, or it remains the same. I will definitely be looking forward to working in the House, or maybe
That's
Vice
good to know.
President.
And like, you know, I think that, you know, what really screwed over, if you look at the popular vote here, right, and you look at the popular vote breakdown in the House, you can totally see that the Democrats got 42.62% of the vote. Really, necessarily, if the third parties weren't there, the Republicans would have still had the majority. If even, they probably still would have ended up winning a lot of seats. They wouldn't have lost as badly as they did. The problem is, with all the problem with the rigging, the election fraud, all this whole multitude of issues, I think also contributed to the failure for the Republicans to only win just 30.22% of the popular vote, with American Labor at 11.03%, with American Solidarity. Funny enough, American Solidarity is the only party during this election to be completely dissolved. And when you look at the data here, it gets 5.76%. It's the fourth most popular party and still got dissolved. And because it got dissolved, if you look at the results and look at the data in terms of the seats and everything, it did phenomenally well for a party that only lasted 2 weeks running, and it got 5.7% of the national popular vote. Imagine what it would have done had it not been dissolved.
Yeah.
Also, it's 10:21. I don't know if the results are in yet.
No, we have to wait until 10:30.
Oh, he said 10:20, but
no, he said
he changed it.
He changed it to 10:30. So let's take a look at the current governor makeup. I think this is going to be important because nobody. What? Okay.
I think he has echo.
Okay, I had to be. Okay, I don't know what's going on. One of you guys had the audio feedback in, so please put your audio back in. What? Okay, Shamrock, unmute yourself when you're ready. Okay, so anyway, let's take a look here. So the White House. So we had what I did was I took the data and I capitulated it. So this is actually the actual real result from real life too, but I divided it. So I took the result from 2016 and 2012, combined the two. That's so Barack Obama's margin. He wins with 282 to the Republican Mitt Romney 256, with Donald Trump winning, becoming the 45th president in 2017, and during the 2016 election, Donald Trump went 269 to the Democrats, Hillary Clinton 269. It's very interesting, actually, how they both tied. I think that was really interesting when I told Leo this, because it was two elections in 2020 and 2016, they had the same exact margin. Because of the same exact margin, it came out and spit out that result. And it makes sense, though, too, because when you look down, you look at the actual results here. In the U.S. Senate, we have Henry Reid and the Democrats narrowly having the majority under Barack Obama with 50-50, with only Joe Biden being the tiebreaker. Then come when Donald Trump is president, we have Mitch McConnell and the Republicans having a majority of only 51%, 51-49. And then you go down here when Donald Trump was elected president, you know, Gerald Collins, really, the Republicans had the House back in 2014 to 2018, but then they flipped Democrat in 2018 to 2022 with 222 to 216 House seats, with only Paul Ryan, the minority leader, and Gerald Collins, the majority leader here. And you can definitely see, even though the Democrats held on to the House of Representatives, it doesn't necessarily indicate who's going to become president, if even. It doesn't really indicate that. Shamrock, can you fix the audio, please? It doesn't really indicate to anybody exactly who's going to become president, because necessarily, yeah, the Democrats could win the House, but it can still vote Republican because it's not based on whoever wins the national House of Representatives is based on who wins the most House seats in each state. That decides who becomes president and it gets elected by the House. So the House was leaning more Republican because a lot of Republicans could probably control more states or more House seats in those states, what ended up giving Donald Trump the presidency despite Democrats having the majority in the House, which makes exact sense. And then we have Chuck Schumer back when I was first elected, right? We have a 50-50 Senate again, where us actually surprisingly expanded upon the Democratic margin in the House of Representatives with 232 to 204, right? And then you can kind of look here, I won with 229 electoral votes to the Republican 71. With, you can kind of see the VP list according to when I had them, and then we kind of moved into the next election, which is the 2024, and that was 407 electoral votes to 131. And you can kind of see how that results go in. What I find to be really interesting as well is the Supreme Court. Because the Supreme Court, when we first ran in 2020, the Supreme Court didn't exist. Now the Supreme Court exists. Now I want to know is, well, will the Supreme Court hold its liberal identity, or will it hold its conservative identity continuously? The thing is, well, how would the Supreme Court go in terms of ideological standpoints? I think it's going to be really interesting to see how that will play out. The way the vacancies work is, okay, just say somebody was nominated to the Supreme Court, right? And just say they leave the server. Well, guess what? Their seat becomes vacant, which means that the incumbent president or the next president can choose its replacement for the Supreme Court. So that's why you have so many vacancies right here. Yeah. Owen.
I have a quick question.
What?
Is that a typo, or is it really Donald Reagan? I kind of feel...
No, Donald Reagan is actually Jimmy Carter before he went MAGA.
Okay.
Yeah, so that was him before. So that's going to be interesting. So now it is 10:26. It is very close to the clock, but we're not quite there yet. So let's go back and do another key. Let's talk about the next key while we're waiting. So we already declared that the midterm gain is true for the Democratic Party. So the incumbent party is in blue, which means that the incumbent party is blue, right? And they're the current party in power. The red is for the Republicans, right? We already established that it's a 100% definite the Democrats had won and got midterm, right? They've gained in the midterm in both the Senate and both in the House. We made that very clear. We've seen that. We talked about that. So now the next thing that we're going to talk about is the no primary contest, right? We're talking about, Lenard Kim and whoever the Republican nominee, because there's no incumbent, right? The thing is that we're talking about, well, is there a primary contest? Yeah, there is a primary contest.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I would say if we do have to fill this out, I think it would go to the Republicans, because right now there is a much bigger difference between the Republican and the Democratic caucus and primaries, in that the Democrats are neck and neck, and Republicans have more of a lengthy lead, if that makes sense.
What do you say? Can you repeat that?
I think that the Democrats, they're very, very close in a very competitive primary, while Republicans have a pretty decent lead with Louis Amaya as the front runner.
Right.
I mean, again, that can change, but as of right now, I think that is in Republican advantage.
No, that makes sense. I agree with you. So what we're going to do is, I'm thinking is, do you guys agree with the key for key number 2, no primary contest is considered false at this point? I put it as lame because we don't know exactly how tonight's going to go, and I think that's something that we can change as the night goes on. What do you guys say to that?
Yeah, I think that too. I believe that can change.
Yeah. Yep, okay. I agree.
Okay. So now let's take a next question here. So we have the incumbent is seeking re-election. We know that is certainly false because the incumbent is not seeking re-election. Right? There's no incumbency factor. As we step back to Lenard Kim, the vice president, versus the Republican candidate if Lenore Kim was to be the front runner for the Democratic Party. Do you guys agree with that?
Yeah, certainly. Because there's no incumbent running.
Now, here is the breaker here. We have key number 4, no strong third party or no third party running. Now, let's take a look at the results.
Yeah, that's definitely not true.
Yeah, it's definitely not true. We're actually going to take a look at the exit poll. Let's take a look at the early polling data for
You can put that as lean, though. You can put that as lean because there was a possibility that James could get booted if James don't campaign. So it's lean.
Owen. Some polls, there was a poll that showed Adel front of Kim, who is like a main Democratic candidate. That is a very, very strong third party performance. Something that we haven't really seen since Ross Perot.
Yeah, but I'm saying like there is a possibility that, James forgets to campaign and doesn't because James not that active. It is strongly possible that could be that James forgets and drops out by accident because of not campaigning.
And that
so
is
I have
to say that is very possible, and it'll be really interesting to see who people who would vote for James, who they would vote for. Because if you look at the data here, let's look at the polling data. Let's look at the early polling data and the mashup between the two. Okay, so we have it in a hypothetical mashup between Louis Amaya, the Republican, versus Lenore Kim, the Democrat, up against James Adele, the third party candidate. In the most recent poll, we have 38% for the Republican, 35% for the Democrat, and 27% for the third party, with only Amaya only having a 3% lead. When you take the overall average, which is 41.3% to 32.0% for the Democrat and 19% for James Adele, you can totally see that there's a very strong third party candidate. Now, it's nowhere near a possibility that he's going to win the White House. Oh, absolutely not. But that is on par with Ross Perot.
Mm-hmm. Exactly. That's the same percentage.
Exactly. Yeah, it is the same percentage. And let's look at the next early polling data. Let's take a look between a hypothetical mashup between Dash versus Louis Amaya and James Adele. Right? The average advocate for the Rainbow Dash is 45% to 39% for Louis Amaya and James Adele at 15.5%. In the most recent polling, we have 44% for Rainbow Dash, Louis Amaya at 40%, and James Adele at 16%, with only Dash leading by 4%. Kind of similar margin to what in reversal from the one we just talked about before, but the difference is that James Adele still doesn't perform as well as he did in the first poll. However, he's doing quite well, and it's only 2% in the margin of error between his last one, especially when it comes up to 1996 with Ross Perot.
Yeah,
I find that really interesting. And it's still very strong. Let's take a look at the next hypothetical. We have Lenore Kim versus James Adele versus Jeffrey Lee. And when you look at the data here, you have Lenore Kim at 35.5% to James Adele, the independent, second with 33.5% to Jeffrey Lee, 31%. In the most recent polling data, Lenore Kim falls to 26%, to James Adele skyrocketing to 42%, and Jeffrey Lee kind of holding his margin at 32%, with James Adele, the independent, and ahead of both respective mainstream party candidates. And so in this hypothetical scenario where Lenore Kim and Jeffrey Lee is the front runner, James Adele is likely to win the presidency without having any sort of political party back in. What do you think that could mean for the future of the Democrats and the Republican Party, respectively?
Well, there's clearly been a rise of influence in third parties. I mean, we've seen it from the 2026 midterms. We've seen it from the 2020, I believe, election, and now we're seeing it big time in the 2028 election. You're seeing Adel, a third-party candidate, lead over both two major political parties. This has not been seen since the time of Perot, but only time will tell whether he can actually keep this lead.
Yeah, absolutely. And you have the 2020 data right on your screen right now, and that is a high amount of people voting third party besides the Democrats and the Republican. The Republican still was in the disadvantage here in this election, with the major third party candidate Abraham Lincoln getting 58 electoral votes with 27 votes. He was second. The third party was in second place in front of the Republican. When you look at the actual data too, because you have the third party in front of the Republican while the Democrats are still ahead, you go back to the exit polling data. Let's find the exit polling data here again. You have the independent ahead of the Republican, with Lenore Kim kind of falling the same way. Now, in this reverse in the most recent poll, we have the Democrat behind, but in the overall average, you have the independent ahead of the Republican. What do you think? It seems to be that even though the Republican seems to fall more with high third-party turnout, but so does the Democrats. Do you think it's going to be a scenario in which the independent candidate coalesce between disenfranchised Democrats and disenfranchised Republicans and coalesce around an independent to kind of say FU to the two mainstream candidates?
Kind of. Because
Okay, why do you say kind of?
well, see, well, well, it's kind of hard to think because I had to think about this.
Okay, so I'll let you think about it. I'll move on while you're thinking, okay? And then when you're ready, we'll revisit.
Oh yeah, it's 10:30 by the way.
What? Yeah,
It's-
Leo will let us know when he uploads his first results. So we'll wait for Leo when he's ready.
Okay.
Okay, so we already have here. So in this hypothetical matchup between Jeffrey Lee versus Rainbow Dash, Jeffrey Lee takes the lead with 38.5% to Rainbow Dash 29% to James Adele at 19.5%. But when you look at the most recent polling data, you have Jeffrey Lee and James Adele tied at 35% to Rainbow Dash at 29%. So it seems to be that even Rainbow Dash and Lenore Kim are still not very strong candidates when you actually look at the overall aggregate and the overall averages for each candidate. It doesn't seem like the Democrats have very strong performances against the Republicans or even a third party. It can't seem to hold its own ground. And the same thing is said for the Republicans. I do think that the Republicans do have the edge here. So even if James Adele does really well in the election, I definitely think the Democrats would do worse than the Republicans. I think the Republicans would be in second place despite being right behind independent. I definitely think the Republicans won't be as hurt as much as they would be with the Democrats.
So I just actually thought about it. James really, it's based off what candidates, because with Lewis and Dash, you can see James don't do good. Well, only Lewis and Leo, James does do good. But see, the matchup is adding Lee, a unpopular Republican, than Lewis, because you can see more people support Lewis than Lee.
Right, you're talking about this matchup here, where
Yes,
he's ahead by 10%.
Yeah, and even with Dash is better with it, and still James do bad with Lewis on the ballot as Republican than Lee. Then even he does best with Lewis. He doesn't win, but he does good for a third party with Lewis and Leo, because Leo's a bad candidate. But see,
Right.
with you adding another bad candidate on the strip, that's just gonna add more people who don't want either or. So that's why most likely, if you actually be realistic and put the top two candidates, Leo and Lewis, yes, the third party would do kind of good, but it won't win. You would have to get Lee, and you have to get like very two unpopular people as the major parties to get the third party to wise.
No, I agree with you. I don't know what I was doing. Oh, I was looking for Leo disapproval rating, and I forgot that it was in the same exit poll. Yeah, let's take a look at Leo's disapproval again. I think that's going to be interesting to kind of see how that might play a role in the election too, because we have here his disapproval rating. I mean, I mean, I don't want to state this, but if you look at his data, if it continues the way it's going now into his presidency, he's going to be very similar to Kamala Harris.
Hey Chris, Leo is on the page.
What?
So I can see Leo when he's on the page. He's probably gonna start editing the results very soon.
Okay. Yeah. So what do you guys think about Leo's disapproval and approval rating? Like, I don't think he's anywhere close to being Kamala Harris, but if it continues, he could be a very unpopular vice president, similar to what we would see with Kamala Harris, with her approval rating only being roughly around 27, 26, 24, 14%.
So I do think Leo's approval rating is bad. It's just a lot of people don't really like
I think
I
think the thing that's killing his campaign. I'm gonna say this here, and I mean this in the nicest way. I think the only thing that's killing his campaign is the fact that he's unwilling to make compromises where it's needed. If that makes any sense.
It does, and
like he doesn't like. Okay, so I want all of you guys who's watching tonight. I want you to comment, or us here live, me and you, Owen and Shema. Talk about one policy that's bipartisan that Leo's talked about. What is one thing that he said that was bipartisan that is different than his normal ideology that he aligns with? Like, what is one thing that's bipartisan on?
I don't know.
My point exactly. We don't have it. We don't know what he's bipartisan on. I think it's an issue of messaging. He does not know exactly how to message properly, if that makes any sense. And I'm not saying he does not know how to message. I'm saying it more so the fact that he doesn't know how to speak to the average American voter. He's speaking to them as if they are the electorate in the general United States. This is the electorate in the discourse server. You need to know how to speak to people in the server and not people in the nation. You're not running for president in the country. You're running for president in the server.
Mm-hmm.
Could I just say something real quick?
Yeah.
I think what Owen said about like him being more and more partisan is like spot on. I mean, I'm not going to get all like political here. But
you can't get political. I mean, this is a political channel.
Yeah, but I'm not going to get political like real life. I don't want to offend anyone. But like he's going like full AOC on like the Palestine issue, and I think that might alienate a lot of voters. However, at the same time, I think that might bring in a new progressive bloc for him. But I definitely think when it comes to approval rating, that might make him a lot more of a controversial figure.
Right. But the thing is, too, it's very interesting to see how the approach is entirely different, but yet it's kind of the same. When me and him talk about our ideologies, we talk about a lot of the things that we talked about. We kind of share similar ideology. The thing is, I spoke the issue when it happened and stuff like that. I'm not saying that he can't talk about the issue, but there are more issues in the server than just that one issue. There's multiple issues. Most Americans, when you think about everything today, had multiple issues. There's not just one defining issue. It's not like the economy is one of those defining issues. There's multiple issues. Hi, Sarah. How are you, love? Thank you for coming.
Hey,
there are so many other issues in the country. We got abortion, we have minimum wage, we have all these other things. Every time he campaigns on basic human rights. If just say he ran in my election in 2024 and was the nominee for president, he will win on that measure because back then the server was more in favor of human rights and Palestine and Israel and their issues and wherever they align on. That's when it was important for the server. I'm not saying it's not important now, but it's not the top 5 important issues for people in the discourse server going into 2028. You cannot campaign on issues from the past and expect it to get some sort of momentum. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I get what you mean. But I'm just like scrolling through the chat on YouTube, and already you're seeing like a bunch of people saying like that they're getting too partisan, and for example, Blue Orby, he's saying that they're alienating him from the Democrats. So I don't think it's a defining issue, but I think the more vocal someone as influential as Leo is on it, the more major it becomes. And I think the more controversial it becomes as well.
Okay, so I don't mean to interrupt. We do have a major call, a major projection that we're about to call a state right now. You guys ready?
Yeah. You can also scroll all the way down. That's how I saw it.
Okay.
Oh, click on Leo's thing because I saw him editing the results and he has Dash winning.
Okay, I don't see any update.
Do you see Leo's thing? Little icon.
No,
Scroll
it
all the way
doesn't
down.
show up.
Well, it does for me. I haven't posted any results. I can see. I can show you it, but like
No,
it has
don't
like
worry about
the
it.
chat.
We'll wait. Leo will tell us when who's ready. We'll keep talking until then. I didn't know it was going to take this long, but like Leo said, he needed a little bit of a break between his job and doing this. I mean, it's on a Tuesday night, so I'm hoping it doesn't take too long. Yeah, Alabama's not called yet. We haven't called Alabama yet, so no state has been called. Sorry about the false alarm here. Leo told me that there was a state. I mean, yeah. Okay, Owen, Leo said does not spoil the results.
Okay.
So let's not spoil the results. Yeah, let's not do that. Let's not. But I don't want to do that. I took off for this, so please.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you. But you can tell me when a say has been uploaded, but I'd rather you be on the new one with the reporting site because that's where we're going to see all together. I don't want you to start seeing results and data before they even come in because then you're not talking about the real data. Because when I ask you, who do you think is going to win, and you already see 5 saves already posted, and me and Shamrock are over here taking the data that we see on our screen here, you're making an assumption that's entirely different because you already know what the result is. That's not really fair.
Okay.
So let's try to. I care about your opinion. I want to see as the interactive experience goes. You don't need to have that instant gratification of seeing who could win right this second. We're all gonna witness this together. It's part of the experience. Don't ruin it for yourself. Yeah, it's gonna be a long video. Unfortunately, I expected this to be no more than 2 hours. It looks like it's gonna be a lot longer than I anticipated. I had no idea Leo was gonna take this long. But then again, remember, Leo had to do not only the Republican, he also had to do the Democrats. So, depending on how long this goes, we'll see. Hopefully not too long.
Wait, can we do Shamrock's video thing?
What?
Can we do the
Yeah. You guys, okay, let's do this. Okay, so this is made by Shamrock. I don't think Shamrock did any sort of background music in terms of checking it to see if it royalty free, if it could be used for commercial, stuff like that. I don't think he did any of that, so I can't play the audio unless he has actual confirmation because I do not need a strike on the channel.
I did put audio. If you don't want the audio, yeah, I'd mute it.
Yeah, I am muted it just because I can't afford a strike on the channel. Yeah, I feel like it's a little boring without music. We'll put a little audio on. Okay, wow. What do you guys say to that?
It's funny.
Yeah, I was very sad that I'm not even in it.
I think it's I think wait a minute. Yeah, it's official. It's 100% in that I can see.
Okay, we're gonna make an official projection here. We do have a call finally for the first state of the night. We can now project that Rainbow Dash has won the state of Alabama by a pretty convincing margin. You know, Rainbow Dash won 50% of the vote with 100% reporting with 35 delegates, to Lenore Kim winning 17 delegates with only 25% of the popular vote in the state of Alabama. It is very interesting, very shocking to say none the least. Teddy Roosevelt got 0, as usual. We have Evan, who is dropped out of the race, but still managed to get 5% of the vote, with Eleanor Templeton at 9.9% and Robert at 10.1%. It's just really interesting to see Rainbow Dash pulls her first victory tonight. What do you guys say to this? Do you guys think that this might be indicating something bigger to come?
Well, it's only me because Shamrock's parents told him to leave, but yeah, I think Rainbow Dash can pull something in the South. Rainbow Dash got the South vote. That's what a lot of people said. So in the southern states,
I find it interesting. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I find it interesting to see that this is the result. I want to know exactly how the Republican result is going. I don't know if he posted that results yet.
Nah, he didn't. We'll see.
Okay.
I don't know.
So this is going to take a lot longer than I thought. Okay.
Yeah. We probably will be here long.
Oh, God. Ugh. All right.
I'm okay because I have no life.
It's nice when it's 10 o'clock, but I also hate it when it's 10 o'clock. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because then it goes right into midnight. And so, like, that makes it difficult. Like, long term, because now we'll be on live for hours. And then we'll be all exhausted. And I feel bad for Leo, too, because Leo's probably exhausted, too. And he probably didn't want to do this on a Tuesday night. You know what I mean? But it's 11 o'clock. We'll see how much results comes in the next hour or so.
Hey, what primary do you think is going to happen next? Is it going to be a GOP one or the Democrat one?
Okay, so the way Leo done it in the past is he does Democrat, Republican. So after the Republican one been called in Alabama, then we'll know the best result. Actually, I think what Leo should do, really, necessarily, he should just not give us the county by county result and just instead just give us the results in every single state, then do the county by county results, just to make it easier. What do you guys say to that? Do you guys think that Leo should just do that just to make it easier on him?
It's
Or do you
it's
want
a
to see
lot of
county by
people like
county
the
map?
county map.
What?
It helps. A lot of people like the county map, but also another thing is yes, it takes more time, but it's like kind of like true to real life, you know.
Yeah, you want to know what
I
I think you should do? I think this
Mm.
is what I'm going to suggest to him next time. Like, this would be good for the presidential. That if he was to do the results, he should actually make the results and data, have it all ready, set, and go ready to go. It's already listed. He done all the results. He done the data. It should actually take. Let's say everybody votes Saturday, right? He doesn't release the result until next Saturday, but he gives himself a week to get everything situated and ready. The county by county map, all of that already done. You know what I mean? And all he
Mhm.
needs to do is just put it up, and he's done. And he can actually participate more, and the video won't have to be 6 hours.
Hey, Alabama's one is posted for the GOP now.
Okay.
He might have to refresh it or something like that, or he's
Yeah, I have to
editing the
refresh.
or he's probably editing the Okay, he's
He's editing that. So right now we have Lewis and Meyer at 128 delegates to Jeffrey Lee's 40. Let's see how Jeffrey Lee performed in Alabama. Ooh, okay, interesting. So we have Lewis and Meyer only with 42.1% to Skylar B. Bennett. Ooh, okay. Wow. Okay, that was a shocker. Skylar B.
yeah.
Bennett at 36.8% with 24 delegates going to her name, and only Jeffrey Lee underperforming here with 15.8% with 5.3% voting uncommitted. That's an instant turnout right there. That's a surprise. For some reason, I underestimated Skylar. But the thing is, I don't get is that Jeffrey Lee is purple, win 15.8%, wins a whole bunch of counties, but wins no delegates. But Skylar B. Bennett had more of the popular vote, wins no counties, wins no representative seats, but somehow wins 24 delegates.
Jimmy Cuddle says Alabama's an open primary, so probably that's why B did good.
Yeah, B did good, but it doesn't make any sense why there is no county map or representative. But then again, if you think about it, you do the overall map, maybe she did well statewide, whereas like Lee did well county by county wise. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's
So that would
what
make
I
sense.
think.
That would make sense.
Are we
Oh,
gonna
okay.
show
So
like the
hold on,
predictions for people?
hold on. We have breaking news. Hold on, we have breaking news. I gifted Shy B to make sure she campaigned, to not forget the campaign. Lee, Skylar B. Bennett had dropped out of the presidential race. Skylar B. Bennett had dropped out of the Republican primary.
That's surprising. Well, technically not because B didn't campaign that much.
But the thing that doesn't make any sense to me is the fact that B only won 18 delegates so far, and somehow did really well. I got 18 delegates and decided this is the moment when I drop out. Like, that makes no sense to me.
So wait, B just dropped out?
Yeah, B dropped out.
Herself.
So one state has said, I'm out. That makes no sense to me. Like, if one state has been posted, it would be different if like 5 states posted and you're doing really bad. B did really well. She was in second place. I don't get it.
Well, it's probably if B actually thought about it. That's probably like the earliest primary. That was the first Super Tuesday. A lot of people was gonna shift, and if you actually technically looked, it would actually go more non-B, more the primaries go through.
Right.
So maybe she thought, hey, let's actually
Hold on. Owen, leave and come back. Your audio is
letting-
terrible.
Okay.
Leave and come back. Anyway, I'm going to take over for Owen while he's waiting to come back. I find it to be really interesting when you look at the data and you look at the results and you see overall, I am so shocked that I drop out. And she was so adamant too about, fighting Jimmy Carter and fighting all these people, staying in. And it looks like tonight we can definitely see that B just got stung by her own bee. Really. She got stung by her own stinger. And I would not be surprised if we see tonight in the result for the Democrats and the Republicans that those who dropped out performed the best and they called it too early. That would be probably a warning sign for those who decide to drop out prior to the Super Tuesday, that maybe you should actually stay until Super Tuesday results come out. And then, after all the results are then you make that determination whether or not you want to drop out or stay in the race. So while we're waiting for Owen to come back, I think that's going to be really interesting. So let's take a look at the 13 keys. We have no third party. We have very strong third party. I'm going to say that there's certainly false. We have a very strong third-party candidate. I'm going to put that as likely only because it's very possible that James Adele may drop out of the race sometime between now until the general election. So I can't put that with full certainty that third party won't be in the race. Because if James Adele dropped out, there is no third party. There will be no third party. It will be a same thing again, Democrat versus Republican. That's it. So welcome back, Owen. We were literally just talking about how third parties, there will be no third parties. I say that is false, but I put it as likely because James Adele could possibly drop out between now and until general election. So I can't make an official determination that it is with 100% certainty that there will even be a third party come the general election.
Mm-hmm.
So, okay, let's take a look about let's talk about key 5, strong short-term economy. I think this is really interesting. We finally have an economy in the server, and this is probably one of a kind, never really been done before by any other Discourse server. I created the idea. Hopefully it comes out, and a lot of people like the idea. I don't know exactly. What do you think about it, Owen?
I think it's good because it shows how much that could. Well, it kind of helps if you want to be reelected and you have a good economy. You can like talk about the economy as a fighting point or like a saving point.
Right. And it makes sense too because it talks about and gives people the idea, okay, but we're not just talking about the economy, because the economy, I told Leo this too, you can start campaigning on an issue over the economy, jobs, or whatever. That means only so much to people in the server. Yeah, it may work the first 2 elections, but it's not going to work long term because the issues are still the same. If you don't change it, don't allow for change to happen, people are not going to be willing to be able to feel like, oh, I do care about this issue. This issue affects me. You know what I mean? Like minimum wage, right? I accept the minimum wage law. So when you guys, go out and you collect money and, do the polling data and you get all the, you work and every day you get a minimum wage and stuff like that. The more you collect, the more you see a pay increase, right? When you have a Republican who said that they want to decrease the minimum wage to $3.2 for $25, right? It makes it very hard for you to afford a house, food, car, the thing that you would normally get and have a better shot at doing with a higher minimum wage. So it makes the minimum wage issue in the server more accurate, more a defining issue for people. Right now, it's not a defining issue for people because this is the first time it's been enacted. Let's say we have a president who wants to lower that minimum wage threshold, then it becomes an issue because people see the money, they see themselves getting less money, and it makes it harder for them to afford things that they could afford before.
Mm-hmm. Hey, Chris, can I talk a little bit about B's drop out? Yeah. So basically, B dropped out and gave all of whole delegates to Lewis, and so technically Lewis is has 172 delegates now.
Okay. Yeah, that's interesting to see, and we'll look at that data and see how much that affects the race tonight. Whether or not Skylar beats Bennett will even gain any other delegates, and whether or not that decision will matter tonight.
I think if B wins delegates, it's got to be the full couple of primaries, and they will just go to Lewis.
Yeah.
You don't have to leave. I'm good.
Yeah.
I'm going.
Oh, absolutely. 100%. So let's talk about more so the data in the economy, right? On the average, I did the averages in terms of growth and decline. We have the averages for in terms of growth during from March 1st to the November 2027. We have an average growth of 34.98% in terms of growth. When it comes to those in decline, what are you doing?
No, I just moved.
Okay. In terms of decline, we have 0.55% in terms of the decline. So you can definitely see that the economy is in a growth period. We're in a surplus period where we have more money than we are losing money. You know what I mean? So in terms of that, the economy is really good. This is a short-term economy because it's only been in existence for a short period of time. So I will say here, when you look at the keys, right, and it says here a strong short-term economy, I would say, yeah, that's true. I definitely think that it's a very strong short-term economy. Do you agree with that statement?
Yeah, I do.
And why do you agree with that?
Well, I just think it's more. Well, the
Are you okay? You having a stroke?
Well, see, the bomb. Not. My brain's kind of melting at the moment. Sorry.
Okay, that's fine. If your brain is melting, we'll move on. We'll move on to the next. Yeah, we'll move on. Let's move on to the next question. If you're having a stroke, just let me know. Anyway, we obviously know that the key 6 strong long-term economy. I'm gonna say that it leans true, but it's not definitively certain yet because we don't really know until we get closer to the general election how the economy is performing by then. You know what I mean? So I'm gonna put that as lean. Do you agree with that statement?
Yeah, because we don't know in the long term, kind of like the third party thing.
Right. We have here in the next one, key 7, major policy change from the previous administration. So let's take a look at the previous administration. Let's see who was president before me. Let's take a look. So before me, we had Donald Trump, right? He was the 45th president, right, from 2017 to 2021, right? About the major policy change. Do you agree with that?
Yeah.
Yeah. So that is certainly true. So we're going to put that into the true category right now. No social unrest in the server. Right? In the past, we had social unrest in the server. We had some social unrest in the server, but it dissipated. So I would definitely say that that is true. I think that will be in the lean category only because it's possible that there could be fights that could be ongoing in the server from now up until the election day. Do you agree with that?
Yeah. And also, like, I kind of think that could go to false because it's kind of, but, like, still, like, there's no big, like, social unrest now. But, like, there was, like, those people who joined to try to get to the server. Then those combats of chill elections, and then we got the, many stuff that happened through the midterms that was just a real of that social unrest. But I think kind of you can kind of count Jimmy Carter's beef or like anybody's beef kind of counts as that. But I'm okay with it.
I think the beef has to be consistent. Like, okay, so for example, 2 people arguing consistently week on end leading up to the general election. Right now we don't really know how that's going because it's too early to tell. You know what I mean? That's why I put it in a lean category because true right now we don't have people fighting consistently. It's only here and there. It's not every single week, every single day where people are getting pissed off. You know what I mean? And the way it works, I think, in the thing is social unrest would be categorized because according to Alan Lichtman, who's the guy who created that, he said it has to be consistent and it has to be close to the election day. It is not close to the election day right now. It's too early to tell. You know what I mean? But if the election was to say in the next week or so, the social unrest wouldn't have much of an effect in terms of hurting people, particularly hold on. We already have one of them in the server. Okay.
Who?
And
Oh.
she started making fun of me. I know that guy automatically, the guy who was in that live prior. So he's banned. I banned him. Anyway,
Okay.
besides the point, what was I saying?
I think
Okay, social unrest. Excuse
Yeah.
me. Social unrest is very important because he said it has to take place prior to the election, or at least a week or so before. You know what I mean? Like Black Lives Matter. It's been consistent. It's been ongoing throughout for months leading up to the election. There was a major agreement or a disagreement among many group of people. It got in the household name issued. We don't have that in the server right now. We don't have anything where it's. Are you talking about some of the issues that went on in terms of the fight? No, because it doesn't affect you. You don't care about it, so it's not going to affect the social unrest key. You know what I mean? It's not consistent.
Yeah.
So that's why I say it's right now. It leans in the no social unrest category. That could change. You know what I mean? But that also really depends on who is the nominee, whether or not they both advance pretty quickly in the primary, which does not appear to look like it's going to be. It looks like it's going to be dragged out for a couple more weeks before we actually know who's going to be the nominee and when the general election is going to be held. So, okay, next thing is key number 9. The incumbent party does not have any scandals. I would say no, but like that's just my personal opinion. I don't think I have any scandal. Do you think I have any scandal because you are an outsider and you're looking from somebody else from a different perspective?
No, you don't have any scandals. No.
So do you think that will be certainly true, or should we put that in a likely category?
Likely to be fail because we don't know any, other people's opinion. There's
Right.
people who
Do
disapprove.
you guys think President Oliva has any sort of scandals? I'm going to wait for people to respond, and while we're waiting for that, let's take a look at the Alaska results. We just got new reporting in, so let's take a look at that. So we have Alaska. We can now make the official projection that Rainbow Dash had won the state of Alaska. She is now ahead in terms of the delegate count. Right now, we're waiting for that to be updated right now. But we can officially project that Rainbow Dash had narrowly clinched the state of Alaska narrowly. She won 9 delegates to Lenore Kim 6 delegates. In the first round, it was very close, and then it went to the final round, and Rainbow Dash won with 58.3% to 41.7%. And so the delegate count is that. What's really interesting tonight is I feel like Alaska might foretell how tonight's going.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? Because if that remains persistent, that where Rainbow Dash went up against Lenore Kim by himself, Rainbow Dash easily defeats Lenore Kim in the primary. What do you think?
It's one primary, and it doesn't really could change anything. It's Alaska of all places, first of all, but it's maybe helps Dash in these rounds, states like Maine, and like I think that was the only other state, right? I forget the other states that do that, like how Alaska does it. I remember like Maine does it. I do know that ranked choice kind of, round voting, and then Alaska does it. I forget any other state, but
do you think like Alaska foretells how tonight's going? Do you think it's going to be based on turnout?
Probably turnout, or how the race is like open, close, semi-open,
right?
Kind of like that. Well, we all know it's going to be a close race, but I just don't think like Alaska would decide the entire race, or like predict it.
No, yeah, absolutely. And do you think that if Robert Flores didn't drop out of the Democratic primary, that Lenore Kim would have had a higher chance at defeating, Lenore Kim? I mean, had a higher chance of getting Lenore Kim to defeat Rainbow Dash by splitting the vote?
Well, I think
kind of like the way Donald Trump did it.
Yeah, but like if you can see it, Wobbled Flows. I think he didn't drop out until like after Alaska around that time because he didn't. He was actually stayed into the race for like the first I think 3 primaries. So I think he didn't drop out. I have to fact check this later, but I think he was still, you know, campaigning and still was a candidate for Alaska, and he only got 9 votes.
Right. Yeah. So let's
And
go
I'm
back to the 13
gonna
key.
double check this just.
What you want to double check?
Yeah, I just want to double check just to see if I'm correct.
In terms of what?
If Bobby dropped out. No, Bobby dropped out immediately after Alabama. So I don't still I don't think Wobble could split the vote because Wobble would have didn't do good in Alabama, I believe.
Yeah,
Let me check.
I think let's take a look at Alabama. Now that you mentioned Alabama, let's look at Alabama. Okay, so yeah, Robert got 10% of the vote. Okay, that's kind of terrible, not gonna lie. And
And then
in
when he
Alaska,
dropped
he got
out,
like no votes. Just like Teddy.
yeah, he
I think, and I hate to say this, I love Teddy, and Teddy's a great guy, but I mean this as like a political candidate, not him specifically or the person. But I feel like he's running a joke campaign. The reason for that is that he's not a serious contender. But if you look at his vote tally here, he doesn't even vote for himself. He doesn't even get out there. He doesn't even try. Like, he's the first one to get the ballot and be able to vote, but he doesn't even make the effort to actually vote for himself.
yeah. And I just think he's only staying in because he wanted, publicity. But
But the thing,
he was
that I say,
expected to drop
publicity
out.
doesn't matter. Publicity doesn't matter when you run in the primary if you don't even vote for yourself. Like, how can people take you seriously if you won't even vote for yourself as a possible contender for the next election? I mean, would you vote for somebody who doesn't even vote for themselves?
No.
Okay, my point exactly. He's not getting the name recognition because he's not even making the effort to try. He's like Skylar B. Bennett, who doesn't even try to campaign.
And another funny not funny thing so it's kind of lagging out a little.
What is lagging? You?
Just the screen, only a little, but
Okay, leave and come back. I mean, you have multiple tabs open. You can't be having multiple tabs open. I told you that.
Okay, I think it's now good. I just had to close Discord.
You need to just have one tab. One tab is just better. Trust me. Trust me when I say this. But the thing is, like I told you before, when you run in a Republican primary or a Democratic primary, name recognition matters, even if you stay in the race. But you have to be serious about what you're running for. Teddy Roosevelt, if you look at anything he talks about, yeah, he's serious and stuff like that, but he campaigns, and I'll give him credit for that. He campaigns, but he doesn't vote for himself. How can you take a guy seriously if you won't even put the effort into voting? Like, if that's the type of president you want, to be able to run the stove and say, oh, do all these things. Like, I'm setting the bar high because I want to leave off on a good note for the server. I'm doing things for the server. I'm making the server more creative. I made it more interactive for the people. But I'm being consistent. I'm being active. I'm an active participant. How can you have a president on the server who's not even active and not even a participant, who doesn't even give a crap about the people?
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
That's why Volt kind of dropped out very, very, very early, like the second the first primary was over, because Volt had no pathway, and Tom had no pathway. It was a 3-way race. Now it's a 1v1. It's a 2-way race. To be honest, it's Dash or Leo. Not trying to hold any of the other candidates. Teddy's not even getting a single electoral vote. Not even Tempen, the forwarding goal, the only chance that Hall got is winning Florida, and that's it.
Yeah.
And they just
I
staying in because
think-
they think, oh, this is gonna help me.
I don't think it's going to help them. I think there had to be serious. I think if I were to just say anyone else who dropped out, who had a possibility of becoming a Democratic nominee, if just say Rainbow Dash and Lenore Kim don't become the nominee, I think if I had to pick, I would think Ebner. I think Ebner would be the best pick going forward. I think he would have the underdog type scenario, but he is consistent on his word and he's a centrist, but he's bipartisan. He's willing to work with both the Republicans and the Democrats. And not only that, he also was kind of had no name recognition going into this election. He didn't really campaign in the Senate. He didn't really campaign in the governor. But yet he started campaigning and started taking it a little bit more seriously and a little bit more lighthearted. I think if he was to announce his candidacy again, if the say Democrat doesn't win, he could very well be a legit candidate for the Democratic Party. Who do you think would be a legit candidate besides Rainbow Dash and Lenore Kim? And besides Robert, because Robert didn't really want to do this in the first place, so let's not talk about him. But everybody else, who do you think had the best chance of becoming a Democratic nominee if they were announced again?
To win again next election?
Yeah.
Well, technically, I'm winning next election for sure, so I really can't really say. But if I
Okay, but
didn't
like
win,
without you in the picture, please. Like,
probably Tom Higgins. Kinda
okay,
like
why do you
Jimmy
say
said.
Tom Higgins? Because also Jimmy Carter agrees.
Well-
Opie said Evan.
Well, it's actually to be factual. Tom Higgins was supported by Republicans and Democrats. That's the thing. You need kind of like you, Chris. You need one that's supported by two sides, or like not too favored by the Democrats, too favored by this. He was mostly kind of moderate. That's why he was a centrist. But he was a Democrat, but he supported Republican and Democrat ideals. Well, like the other candidates, you could just see they we got a far left candidate. Let's see how much left candidates we have. Too much. You need
Right.
centrism to help because Chris, you basically a centrist,
Yeah.
and and it helps the Democrats win mostly
But
because if you have both policies, what's the point of voting for this guy if I can just vote for this person that has one of the same policies with some new ones? I like that.
Yeah.
I'll vote for them.
yeah. And do you also think that, if you look at the data, you look at the popular vote for Tom Higgins, and you go through the data in the 2026 election, he was by far not a popular figure. I mean, you could definitely tell that, in the vote share, in terms of delegate count. Yes, he dropped out pretty early because he became Rainbow Dash vice president. But because of that, and you look at the data, and you look at the results with Tom Higgins and everything, he is by far not a popular character, and I think that's particularly because he's boring. I don't mean it in a bad way. I just mean that when you look at him, there's really no form of entertainment that Tom Higgins offers. Like, he's not entertaining. I don't mean it in a bad way, but when you look at all the candidates, he's like comparable to the energy of Joe Biden. And I'm not saying that in an insulting way. I'm just saying he's not like charismatic. He's not like Donald Trump. He's more similar to like Joe Biden compared to like, anybody else who's more energetic and more similar to like Donald Trump. He's not anything like that. Do you agree or disagree with me?
I kind of, because really, I'm probably gonna win because I really want to be a better pick, because if the same people win, I still believe they wouldn't be as
Can
good.
I make the projection for you? And then you can continue.
Okay.
Okay, in Alaska, we can now project that Louis Amaya has won the state of Alaska with 16 delegates, with Skylar Beach Bennett 13 delegates, with Jeffrey Lee at 0. Okay. That's shocking. Again, another shocker tonight, and I don't get it. It doesn't make sense to me why Skylar B. Bennett would drop out of the race. It doesn't make sense. It's like, it doesn't make sense to me. Does that make sense to you?
It doesn't make sense, but Lewis won all the electoral votes in Alaska, which helps him probably winning the nomination tonight. He can probably do it.
No, I don't think there's enough delegates. He needs 1,215. I don't think there's going to be enough delegates tonight.
Oh, it doesn't update for you. He's at 188 now.
100 and what?
88. That's what it shows for me.
Oh, okay. So Leo said he'll announce when he's done. So don't tell me when states are done now. I haven't heard from you, Leo, so I don't know why. My apologies. But yeah, okay. Anyway, as you were saying, okay, so let's take a look at the Republican Party side. The same question. Who do you think had the best shot at becoming the Republican nominee? I don't think any of the candidates on the list tonight have a viable shot besides Louis DeMaia and Jeffrey Lee at becoming the Republican nominee in 2032. I don't think that they actually have a shot. You know what I mean?
But I actually think there would be a candidate who would win again, and I think that would be Joseph. Only because Joseph did do good, but dropped out before the primary and didn't know. But if you could actually see, I think that was like Nevada or something like that. One of the primaries before.
The thing is, he never gave himself a chance. And that's the one thing I tell candidates is that you need to take my advice. I've done it. I had the experience. I have everything. And then my experience is don't drop out just because you do bad in one race. You can still turn it around. I mean, look at Jeffrey Lee. He was competitive, surprisingly, against Skylar B. Bennett. Obviously, he didn't beat Skylar B. Bennett in 2024, but he was competitive thanks to Mike Shepard. If you drop out, then you don't ever have a shot at becoming a household name.
Yeah. And Lee is kind of like Nikki Haley, kind of, because the only area that Lee won was New Hampshire, and probably you might see Lee probably win Democrat areas.
Yeah. And you want to know what's really interesting too is that I don't know if I would classify Jeffrey Lee as Nikki Haley, and here's why. I mean, I think we can make that determination later on tonight, but right now I don't think so at the moment, and that's particularly because if you look at the popular vote, we have 30% towards Jeffrey Lee and 49% for for Louis DeMaia, right? 49%. That's 50. Donald Trump has 70. Nikki Haley had 25, 30%. That's a big difference.
Well,
if we see that tonight, then we can make the official determination that Jeffrey Lee is Nikki Haley. But right now, it is too early to make that determination. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and I'm not really stating that Lee is actually exactly Nikki Haley, because I know Nikki Haley, but Lee is just winning states that or doing well at states that she actually did well in.
Yeah.
And it is a fun fact that I am related to Nikki Haley. I love when people actually react to that, and it's funny.
Yeah, and you're also related to Christina Haley.
Nope, fake news. I'm related to Nikki. I'm not proud about that, but I'm not related to Christina. That's fake news.
Okay, well, why do you say that's fake news?
Because that's literally you with a filter on.
You haven't even stated us?
Well, you're the only one who literally made a Zach cousin for me that looks like Nikki Haley on something. I don't know. Well, maybe one day I could actually go to South Carolina and actually meet Nikki Haley.
You're telling me that this is me? Guys, this is not
Yes,
me.
it is.
This is her cousin, Christina.
No, my cousin is Nikki Haley, sadly. One day I should go to South Carolina and just show you guys.
Wait, hold on. So if you're related to Nikki Haley, does that mean that you're Indian? Just out of curiosity here.
Well, my family tree is all over the place. Yeah. It's different sides of my family tree. Like, it's all over the place.
Yeah, that's
I did
interesting.
a test. It's
I mean,
crazy.
if that doesn't look anything like Nikki Haley, so that's why I made that assumption that it probably doesn't come from his side. It probably come from your mother's side.
Yeah.
That's what I thought. Anyway, let's
Jimmy
continue
Carter's
on.
surprised.
What?
Jimmy Carter's surprised about
Yeah.
related to Nikki Haley. I
Yeah.
think that's everybody.
I mean, I think everybody's surprised. I mean, that's like saying that you related to Joe Biden. I mean, not everybody's gonna be ecstatic about that, but like Anyway, besides the point, we have. I think the worst one. Speaking of this, like talking about like being related to somebody with political influence. I think saying that you're related to a candidate is probably the worst thing you could say because it most likely means that you're going to be assassinated.
Hey, I don't like my I do not like Nikki Haley. My side really doesn't like. My father's side doesn't like it.
Yeah. Okay, so
Because-
let's talk about the next 13 keys, right? We have key number 10, no foreign or military failure.
You can kind of say that's true because of the peace agreement.
Because of Somalia, right? The
Yes,
Somalia pirates.
Yeah, but you still had there was attack on ships. We didn't retaliated. We just tried to send peace, and that's it.
Because of what? I'm sorry, you kind of like you talk really well.
We basically they attacked us. We didn't do anything. Just send them a piece of paper, and somehow accepted because they were scared that we was just gonna pounce them. They're probably gonna attack again. You never know.
Yeah.
So you can
Well,
kind
I'm
of put that.
attack us. I banned them.
Yes, but I'm saying like it's lean them to be honest because they could just attack and Jad would just want it.
Yeah, that's true. So I would probably say likely no foreign and military failure. Do you agree with that?
I think lean because it could happen again, and likely is like, because lean is it could happen. Well, likely it's like it has like maybe a 10% chance.
Right. And lean, I think I don't know. It had to be consistent and not consistent, which is good, thank God. I mean, we're really gonna be on a game here, but key 11, major foreign or military success. I say yes because of what happened with the what's it called with the Somalia pirates.
Yeah, I
So
think
I would
that.
definitely say that's a likely, but not 100% because again, the term is still continuing and it's not official.
Yeah, they could strike again because that's probably what they do because they're just scared of the army.
Right. Now, here is the kicker here. We can now project that the incumbent party, whoever the Democratic Party nominee is, if this currently goes the way that it's going right now, based on the way the keys are, we can project, according to the 13 keys, that the Democratic nominee, whoever it may be, is more likely to win the White House and hold it for another term.
That's surprising.
Yeah.
But it could be not true because the third party can just pull somehow a winning, and
It's very true because we don't really know how strong a party is, and a lot has to go wrong for the Democratic candidate who's running in order to win. Now, here's the kicker here, right? Let's just say Rainbow Dash. I don't know how Rainbow Dash is. I should ask the question to the server eventually, depending on the nominee. But if the candidate is charismatic, which I don't think Rainbow Dash is charismatic, and neither is Leo nor Kim. I don't think either of them have the charismatic or charisma that you would normally see in a very popular president like RFK Jr., not RFK, excuse me, Franklin D. Roosevelt, Obama, Donald Trump, those type candidates, Ronald Reagan. I don't think they have it in them to be that once-in-a-lifetime candidate. They are like your traditional neocon liberals like George Bush, those type of politicians. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So
and
I
Leo
would probably say the charismatic incumbent. I'm the charismatic incumbent, yes, but I'm not running for re-election. So I'm going to give that key to the Republican. They're going to win that key.
Hey, Chris, Leo
What?
said in the chat, American Samoa is updated
Yes,
for
he
both.
said that is updated. Yeah, I was just finishing my word.
Okay. Yeah, but it's both. Surprising.
Mhm.
No, not surprising. For both.
Okay, let's take a look at American Samoa. We have 41.9% for Rainbow Dash to 26.2% for Lenore Kim. So it's not too big of a deal for the Lenore Kim campaign right now tonight. But it is a very big deal for the Rainbow Dash campaign with 41.9%. It's not that big of a delegate, but every delegate counts and every count matters tonight. It's still shocking, I think, personally speaking, when people are still voting for Robert, Evan, really, and Eleanor. Eleanor makes sense because she is still on the ballot, but when it comes to Robert and Evan, they dropped out of the race. But yet they are still getting consistently votes.
That's probably because of the anti-vote or the voters they invited to the
The
server.
protest vote, yeah. And so instead of voting uncommitted, they're voting for that. It'll be really interesting to see if there's anyone vote uncommitted tonight in terms of if whether or not uncommitted gets any delegates.
And surprisingly, B actually did somewhat good in American Samoa, but that was just one vote. Not
Yeah.
one vote, one delegate. And that would just go, so technically, Lewis won 6 delegates for American Samoa.
Yeah, because where's Lee? Oh, he's talking about Lee. It came out already?
This
Okay, so yeah, so Lewis and Maya did 53.2%. We got 5 delegates. To Jeffrey Lee, 33.6%. He got 3 delegates, and Skylar B. Bennett got 1 delegate with 13.2% of the vote. So I think it's interesting. I mean, it seems to be that Jeffrey Lee seemed to be doing well in states and territories where he did well last time around.
Mhm.
But
But you
that's
can
not
see-
enough to win him the seat. I don't think Jeffrey Lee has the ability and the momentum to overcome Lewis and Maya. I don't think he has that in him. He only won 1 state so far, and he hasn't won any Super Tuesday states, and neither has Leonard Kim. I don't know
Yeah.
if those two can actually catch on, because right now it looks like what we're going to see tonight is, so far as the night goes, well, it's going to be Lewis and Maya versus Rainbow Dash. That's the way it's going. But it looks
Mhm.
like, again, it is still competitive on a Democratic primary. Leonard Kim is competitive still compared to the Republicans, where it is lopsided.
Yeah. Well, it's probably because of B's given of her.
Yeah, I wanted to really see how many delegates B won in the super delegate count so far, but
It won't
yes,
count.
I guess we're never going to see what that result would have looked like. But yeah, it would have been nice to see how much, Skylar B. Bennett would have gotten, and then see it last minute added into Lewis and Maya's total. But yeah, that would be interesting. I mean, he's still getting roughly around 50% of the vote, with Jeffrey Lee only getting 30%. I think having multiple candidates on the ballot is really hurting him, specifically Skylar B. Bennett on the ballot. Right now, it's just really between those two. Going forward, it can be Lewis versus Jeffrey Lee. That's really the Republican base at the moment, where it's going to be Rainbow Dash versus Lenore Kim, Eleanor Templeton, and Teddy Roosevelt, who's basically irrelevant.
Yeah.
You know?
And like,
And
for the
like we have
Republicans, I don't think the primary.
Orby said that his vote is a protest vote against the establishment Lenore Kim. So
Well,
that's interesting to see how that
that's-
consensus is still relevant among multiple voters.
I think that was a Obi's a dash photo, so
Yeah, Orby's a dash voter, yeah, absolutely. But what's really interesting as well is whether or not any candidate who becomes president and vice president, whether or not they even have a shot at winning any presidency beyond the first presidential election that they've won. Particularly because if everybody keeps saying the issue of being an establishment is a key issue from voters, then they were never going to reelect people. I could be the only president to ever be reelected in the Discord server, and I might very well be the last.
Mhm.
Especially
Yeah.
if that matters to voters. We don't know. I mean, it might matter to voters where the disapproval is higher than their approval voting. And I can say now, like, okay, so if you were to look at the candidates on the Democratic primary, I want you to say between Rainbow Dash and Lenore Kim, if one of them was to win the presidency, who will be a one-term president? I think Lenore Kim will be a one-term president. I don't think he will be reelected again unless something happens in a scenario where he hypothetically becomes extremely popular during the presidency. I could see it. But
Mhm.
the way things are going now, I think Lenore Kim has a high probability of being a one-term president, if any.
Yeah. And probably Kim, if Kim wins again as a incumbent, you would probably see more people, even me, probably have a bigger shot to win the nomination because I would be
Yeah.
Trump from
And
2000.
so it'll be easy win for Republicans. Now, here's the thing, though. Even though Lenore Kim may win, the odds are against him because as history tells us, the vice president never really wins the presidency. Never. It was very rare that Biden won in 2020 as vice president, as a former vice president. But normally, as history says, it is very rare that a vice president becomes president through another election in which he runs. It is very rare. I think, if just say, Lenore Kim was to win, it would be comparable to a Harry Truman style winning, where it's unexpected and it's a complete upset. I
Yeah.
think if Lenore Kim was to be somehow become the nominee and somehow win, it's going to be what you would expect for Harry Truman.
Mhm. Hey, Chris, who do you think as a other non-main contender than Dash and Kim will win any like delegate like Temp, the Fordingo or Teddy Roosevelt?
I don't think Teddy Roosevelt even is a serious candidate, so I'm not even consider him anymore. I think Eleanor Templeton could have a shot, but I think because the name is so unknown and the weird name Templeton and Eleanor just doesn't seem to mesh well. It seems like someone who is outdated, someone who doesn't really know what they're talking about. When you look at names matter. When you look at somebody's name and you don't know who they are and you see them on the ballot, you're going to make an assumption based on their name. If you see Eleanor Templeton, you're going to say this person was probably a barista, and you're going to associate somebody who works at a barista with AOC, right?
Yeah.
So, okay, so what is your determination? If you were to see Eleanor Templeton, you knew nothing about her on the ballot, and she was one of the options, what's the first thing that comes to mind based off the name?
First a goal, and probably the South of America.
Right. And so does that in any way get you to vote for them?
If I was living in the South, maybe. Yeah.
No, but I'm talking about like in general, like does their name make a determinative decision on whether or not you would vote for them, even if you didn't understand any of the policy they represent or stand for?
Kinda. For me. Kinda.
Okay, explain.
Well, see, I think the name sounds like a more kinda older name, and that's actually kinda good because, you kinda the older, yeah, a lot of people don't like older presidents, but the reason why we have older presidents is because they know what to do, and that's why we don't see like exactly 35-year-olds running for president
Yeah,
and winning, because they
I
are
understand.
young and they would never know, because the presidency will make every single person worse. Because look at Obama
Can I
in
interrupt you
2008.
1 second?
Okay.
You're gonna continue where you left off. Do you want me to move you to a different screen? I gotta take my puppy out to go potty. Do you want me to put you on a certain screen so when you're done talking, you can talk about that while you wait for me to come back?
Yeah.
Where do you want me to put the screen on for you? What screen?
Just the normal one. I'm okay like this.
Okay, you're okay with this? Okay, I'll be back.
Okay.
Continue.
Okay. So basically, what I think is mm, the name sounds like a older, like maybe 70s, 80s name, or like 60s. And plus, it's the South. So, like, let's say I'm in Florida or Arkansas. I'm most likely to vote for more one that fits the description of like where I live. Yeah, probably Tempton, probably the girl from Florida probably won't do good in the North, and that's probably the truth. But like you would probably see her maybe doing like good, maybe get like 5 delegates or like 6. I don't know, 4, 3. I don't know, but like maybe do good in Arkansas, and that's the next one. But I don't know. Lewis, I'm talking a little low. That's because Chris has to go to the toilet. Okay, that's the only way. Oh, don't think I would on my case. Well, it'll be my case. I just think mostly age kind of matters, but also like the name really doesn't matter. But if it sounds more like classy or not like too short, because Leo Kim doesn't sound like a presidential name. It sounds like an alien's name. Not to be mean, Rainbow Dash is just a cartoon category. Robert Fools I could maybe say. Volt is just sounding like something. I don't know. Most of the people are regular names, but like if you actually think about it, Invader, doesn't sound. Oh, Dash, I can't really refresh it. So I'm actually asking Chris, can you
Yeah, he
refresh it?
can't refresh it, but here's the puppy. Hold on, let me show the puppy. Hello, hi baby girl.
Doggy.
Gotta take her out potty. But what are we doing? What are we refreshing?
The results, they said Arkansas. I predict like the Fording goal would do good in Arkansas. That's just my prediction. Maybe she wins like a couple delegates.
I'm trying to figure out what the layer that we have. We had this layer, right?
Yeah, just refresh it. Does is my prediction right? Does she win like 5 or 6 delegates?
It Rainbow Dash, right?
No,
Rainbow Dash wins Arkansas.
Oh yeah, I was correct. She does do good in southern states. Alario Tempton. So guys, I think I'm correct. Tempton won 6 delegates, so I was kind of correct. I was kind of one off. I predicted like 5 in like some southern states, and I said Arkansas is the next one. Maybe she does like get 5 delegates, but I think I did it good. I predicted it good. Lewis, did I predict it good? Jimmy Carter and Lewis, did I predict it good? Because I said like 5, right? Jimmy Carter saying shocking. I think I was correct. She's the forward and goal. But guys, I think I was correct, right? Because I said 5, or like, did I say 4? I did predict she would win delegates, did I? I think I remember I predicted delegates. Someone has to remind me if I predicted delegates for, because I was talking about her and I said she would win delegates, but I don't know how much. I think I said 5. I think I said 5. I do not know. Probably have to check rewind. So this is something. So I was kind of correct. Also, Lewis won 19 delegates. Well, technically, add the 6, then it would be 25 delegates. So it's pretty much a lot. And this is just basically helping Lewis. Lewis is at 219. I don't know what's the Lee campaign doing at the moment because I don't have Discord pulled up, so that's saying something. But race is close in the Democrats. That's something. What else I can talk about? So I have to wait for Chris. Oh my god. Guys, please in the chat, please help me. Please chat, please. I have nothing else to chat about. I'm not good on the mic. I can obviously see this. Please anybody. Yeah, Jimmy Carter, thanks. Thank you. Jimmy Carter, oh my god. Jimmy Carter, I have a question. Did I say Tempton would win delegates? Did I say that? Anybody? Please help me. Because I think I remember I said she would win like 5 or like 4. I didn't predict 6, did I? Because I remember we were talking about that before it updated. Because I said like Jimmy Carter's saying I don't remember. I'm not good on my memory. Oh, Obi, I did? You think I did? Okay, so I did do good on that prediction. Should I predict the next one? Guys, should I predict the next one? That's gonna be guys, I think Teddy's gonna win a electoral vote. Lol, just kidding. He would never. No, like, nah, the only person who would win a delegate would be Wobble, but no, Teddy, imagine, that would be so funny. Teddy wins one electoral vote. Nah, to be honest, I don't think that. I really don't think that. I don't think Teddy could win a electoral vote, to be honest. Kind of funny. I know Jimmy would go crazy. Wait a minute. I have another crazy prediction. What if she wins another? Let's say she wins like 5, like another 5 in California, just to be fun. Let's say she does good in California, right? Nah, that wouldn't happen, right? Like, Tempton wouldn't win. I think Dash would probably lose California. I just think Dash does good in open primaries. I think that was close or semi-open. I think. Megan's what? I don't know who would win California, guys. Blue, who do you think will win? Like, California will be important, yes. I think she would do good. I do think, but I don't think like. I think she would split from the debt. Oh, hi, Chris. I've been talking about my predictions, and somehow I got Arkansas correct because I guess like 6 a delegate for Tempton. I actually got it correct. So I'm just making up funny predictions.
Oh, okay.
I don't. Yeah, I think she's gonna win another delegate in California just for fun. I think she's gonna get like 2, 3.
Well,
that would never happen.
Who do you think was gonna win California?
I don't know. It's gonna probably be maybe Leo. He could do good because that was semi-open. To be honest, I think
that would really help Leo's campaign. I think if Dash wins California by a wide margin, then it's gonna be like an uphill battle for the Kim campaign. But if it was competitive and Leo won the state, or if he made it competitive to the point where the delegate count kind of split almost evenly, he could be competitive in the primary. I think that he's gonna still have an uphill battle, but it's gonna be lessened, so to speak. But
Leo, we already did the thing. I had like how much minutes of talking to myself.
So we have Lewis and Maya wins Arkansas narrowly with 42.9% to Jeffrey Lee 35.7%, with Skylar Bennett 21.4%. I find that to be really interesting. That Skylar is able to kind of take away some of the votes from Jeffrey Lee and give it towards Lewis and Maya.
Hey Chris, you know what's? I think I'm very proud because I predicted how much not that much. I was 1 off for the Remember when we was talking about the Ford and Go Avenue Tempton and about if
we're
she
talking about the one. I'm sorry. Talk louder.
The Ford and Go, and at the time she had like 0 delegates, and I said, oh, maybe she would win like 3, 4, 5. I was one off.
Well,
I was one
Skylar,
off. Not Skylar, Anelio Tempton for the Democrats. I was one
well, she
off.
won. Oh,
She
she
won-
won 6 delegates from where?
Arkansas.
Oh, I
I
didn't even see
predicted
that.
she would do good in the South, but I was one off in the delegate count. You can prove
Yeah.
the chat.
You did. Yeah, you know what? I guess you could say the name recognition does matter.
Yeah, and I say the southern name will help for probably in some southern states. It makes sense.
Yeah.
But I was one off. I was so close. You can prove the chat with that.
Yeah, no, you're definitely close. Let's take a look at
I hope my
what's it called? Some
California
of the
prediction would be
predictions that
correct.
people submitted. Let's take a look at some of the predictions. So we have Shamrock submitted this prediction. He believed that Jeffrey Lee was going to win Alaska. That doesn't seem to be the case.
I think probably he based it off like I think he thought Lee was actually a competition, but if you really
I think he underestimated Skylar B. Bennett's ability to stifle votes away from Lee.
Yes.
I think that B was a thorn into the Lee campaign. I think you can see that tonight.
Hey Chris, can I say my prediction for California?
Go ahead.
I want to have a strong.
I
don't know who's gonna
I
win.
think Leo's
but
gonna win California. For some reason, I have this internal feeling that he wins California.
Yeah, I think Tempton somehow wins maybe like 5 or like 4, 3 delegates. Again. Imagine.
Well, yeah, obviously. I think the only loser tonight in the state of California is going to be Teddy Roosevelt.
Yes, I think Teddy does not get 0. Does get 0. I think Tempton maybe gets 2. Maybe gets 2. Okay, at best 2. To be honest, because the southern name, you could maybe help that in Southern California, but like that name only helps in southern states.
Yeah, only help them in southern states, but it doesn't help them nationwide. You can't win an election by having a southern name.
Yes, but also maybe her policies could help some. You never know.
I think if Eleanor Templeton ran as a Republican, I think she would do better because the Republican had more of that southern identity to it.
Yeah, but wait, Lou said California is out. Can we check that?
So do not. I swear to God, Leo. I mean, hold on. I swear to God, Owen. Tell your prediction now, but do not look at the prediction. Who you think is gonna win?
Dash, I think.
Okay.
I think Dash
And this is Dash's prediction. Dash believes that Leo is gonna win California. That seems to be a consensus here. Leo said not yet. Okay.
Okay, Lewis, please don't do that.
Yeah, guys, don't tell us until it actually is, because Leo needs to let us know when they're out. But
I haven't been checking it because I only have one tab, sadly.
Good. Keep it that way. So let's talk about this. Let's talk about the uncharismatic challenger. That basically means the Republican. Do you think if Louis Amaya win tonight, or even like become the front runner for the Republican Party, do you think he has any sort of charisma?
I think Lewis does have that.
What?
Charisma. I think Lewis has charisma, so I think the last one.
Do you think that inactivity also plays a role in the charisma as well? Because like you can have as much charisma as you can, but if you're not active repetitively, nobody knows who you are. So how can you have charisma if no one knows who you are?
Yeah, I think that also would happen, but I think Lewis is active. He's an active guy, so I still think maybe likely. That's it. Well, it could change. You never know. Lee could somehow pull something. And like,
if Lee polled, what would you put that as then? I definitely think he will be uncharismatic. I don't think I think he's comparable to Leo. He's the Republican version of Leo. He doesn't know he didn't have that charismatic in him. You know what I mean?
Who?
Like
Lewis or Lee?
Lee.
Lee, it's true, certainly true. But if it's not, it's Lewis who's in the top. So you should put it at lean Republican because it could change. It could ever change, but we never know.
Right.
But right now,
So we have eight true keys, right? We have 5 false keys, which means that the Democrats need to lose one key and the Republican can win the White House. So this state the likelihood when I think the easiest for them to change would be social unrest.
yeah, I think anyone that has lean could go Republican. Or
Yeah,
same with the
but-
Democrats.
Yeah, I think out of all of them, I think the social unrest is the likeliest. And if that's the case, I think the Republicans are going to win the White House. I think it already showed us. It already showed us already on this key that it's highly competitive. Highly competitive. So let's take a look. Let's take a look at past data and let's compare the result to past presidential election and based on the keys. So you have the keys favoring the incumbent party versus the incumbent party's popular vote margin. So let's take a look at closer to our time frame. So let's take a look. So we have 8 keys in favor of the Democrats, right? Let's take a look at that. Look at 1996, right? That's a popular vote margin for the Democrats at 8.5%. And then in 2000, with the same thing again, 0.5%. That is the narrowest you can get.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
That is the only one besides 1948 with Harry Truman running with a margin of 4.5% in terms of the popular vote margin for the incumbent party. I think it is clearly obvious tonight that whether it be Dash or whether it be Leonard Kim, the Democratic Party candidate, they will more likely win the popular vote, without a doubt. But I have very little confidence they'll be able to carry that into victory to win the presidency.
Mm-hmm. And California is up. What Leo said. I hope my prediction that Dash wins, and maybe Tempton wins 1, 2.
Okay.
No, I'm predicting 2. God, please.
Okay, let's see.
Tina
You
win.
ready? 1,
Okay.
2, 3, and
Um,
Leo win California.
She does actually get 1 delegate. So I was 1 off. I hate this. I keep on getting 1 off.
Okay, so we can now make the official projection that Leonard Kim had won the state of California with 47.6%, to Rainbow Dash 38.1%, with Eleanor Templeton 9.5%, and everybody else less than 4 or 5% of the popular vote. Leonard Kim carries the state 235 delegates, to Rainbow Dash 189 delegates, and Eleanor Templeton 1 delegate out of the state of California.
I'm sad my prediction failed. I was so
Well-
close with the whole delegates thing. I don't know why. Somehow I keep on getting close to it, but never reach it. I'm angry.
It's extremely close. This is the first big win for the Leonard Kim campaign. I think it's going to be
Mhm.
very, very close. I don't think it's going to be a blowout tonight. This is the first win. It might be the only win for the Leonard campaign, but let's hope that there is more to come and let's just see what happens. You know what I mean? I'm very interested in the result. I think it's very shocking. California went to Lewis and Maya. No shocker there. Let's take a look at that result. We have here Lewis and Maya wins 50% of the popular vote in California, to Jeffries Lee 37.5%, and Skylar Bennett 12.5%. He wins all of his 169 delegates out of the
What?
state of California.
Why does kind of looking like 2024, but a little? It's kind of different. Yes,
Yeah,
it's
you wanna
not
know what
like
it feels like? I mean, honestly, like now that you mention it, it makes a lot of sense. It feels like Lewis and Maya is the incumbent president,
Mhm.
And he's doing kind of like what I did, where he's sweeping the table. He lost one seat, but he's sweeping the table. Let's take a look at that. Let's actually go to that result. Let's take a look at the results here. Let's go to the Democratic primary. I swept every state except Arkansas.
I don't think that's gonna happen for the Republicans, only because Vermont will probably go for Lee, and we probably will have Virginia and North Carolina. Those are probably the states that will go for Lee.
Right.
So it could look like a Nikki Haley just with Virginia and North Carolina.
Yeah. Why did Nikki Haley win Virginia?
No, it wasn't even close, but she did win a couple of delegates. She only won DC and Vermont, and that's it.
Yeah.
So we
But
might
I
even
only
see
won-
Lee win DC.
With the delegate count, Super Tuesday delegate count won so far. Amaya wins 236 with 79% of the vote. Lee wins 55% of the delegate. 55 delegates and 19% of the vote. To Bennett, 6 delegates and 2% of the vote. I guess that's not accurate because Leo didn't seem to add the original total in. In terms of the Super Tuesday delegate for the Democratic Party, we have 269 delegates for campaign with 50% of the popular vote. To Dash, narrowly behind with 253 delegates, 48% of the popular vote. To Templeton, 7 delegates and 2% of the popular vote, who voted out being at 0. I think
Also,
it's
by
very
the way, I
interesting how the
couldn't
results
vote
are
until,
playing
like-
out. What?
Well, I was about to say I couldn't vote until how long? The 20 not 20. I forget the date, but what was the primary? I was able to vote in I think Colorado. No.
On the 20th.
Yeah, but I was able to vote in Texas. So let me actually look at the scale, because I have to actually look up
Yeah.
this.
Because that's interesting, because not only were you allowed to vote, so was Jimmy Carter, Ronald Reagan, but Ronald Reagan is on vacation. I don't think Ronald Reagan is voting. If Jimmy Carter can confirm that, let me know. But I don't think Ronald Reagan is voting at all. I think
He
his
didn't
vote
vote
would
that
have
much.
changed the
He
base.
did vote in some elections.
Yeah,
but not
so
all of
that
them.
really changes the results drastically.
Yeah, and also, Chris, I can my votes and all of our votes counts in Oklahoma.
Yes.
So that will be starting the change. So see if maybe a big shift happens. Maybe uncommitted does good. Because
So
if
let's
it's
take
an
a
open
look at the
primary,
exit poll again. Let's take a look at the exit polling for the primary. Let's take a look at the general election mashup. Let's go to the most likely mashup now. So let's go to the general election poll. We have a very likelihood scenario in which Rainbow Dash is up against Louis Amaya. If Rainbow Dash is the nominee against Louis Amaya, she has a likelihood of only winning by 6 points on average. If it's Leonard Kim against Louis Amaya, let's take a look at that. We have Louis Amaya winning 9.3%. So I think tonight, the Louis Amaya campaign, or the Maya campaign in general, is looking for a big victory tonight for the Leonard campaign in order to clinch the nomination for the Republican primary, but also is looking towards a victory in the White House. So this would be, if the Republicans are able to win the White House, this would be the biggest Republican comeback since the 2022 midterms, if any. We really didn't have a very high performance for Republicans. So this would be a major comeback, despite all the scandals that plagued the party as recently as a couple weeks ago with the voter fraud, the rigging, alt-rigging, the removal of multiple vice chairs, RNC chairs. I think it would be the biggest comeback for the Republican Party. I feel like they will have a confidence boost going into 2032 if Louis Amaya is the nominee and he is able to win. I think, if anything, the Republican Party needs to be scared if Leonard Kim is not the nominee, because it looks like they're going to have a harder time taking down Rainbow Dash than they would Leonard Kim. Like I said, Vice President, and normally when they run after Sturgeon as vice president, they normally don't win the presidency. That's a fact. Everybody knows that. History tells you that. There are abnormalities like what happened in 2020. We had a very significant situation with COVID-19 and all that, and we had a very unpopular president among the national public. I mean, both of them were very well hated. Not going to lie, but one of them was less hated than the other. So it's going to be really interesting to see, how the Republicans are feeling tonight. Yes, they're feeling great that they have a nominee who they could put up forth, but they might be feeling very scared right now, depending on how the Democratic primary is going, because that could spell whether or not they are kept out of the White House for another 4 years, or they are swept into office again after Donald Trump held it 8 years ago.
Wait, I want to do a prediction. What's the next primary?
Okay. Hold on one second.
I want to do like two prediction primaries in a row so I can actually
Colorado and Maine.
Okay, so Colorado, I believe. Okay, that's a tricky one. So I still think the Florida girl, I would never say her name because that's too hard for my speech impairment to say because I will mess it up 20 times in a row. But I think she does do good. I still think she would maybe get one because it's not the Southern. The more higher it goes, probably it's one. I do think Dash could win Maine, but I do think Leo wins Colorado, but it will be close. I think. But I think like Eleanor Tempton does do like good.
What do you think Dash is going to win Colorado and also going to win Maine?
I agree with Maine, but I don't agree with Colorado because
Why?
I just think because Dash only does good with fully open primaries, not semi, not closed, that we can see. That's what even I think she said, right?
Well, take a look at the results. Let's look at the exit poll and let's see if that's true.
I don't know. I just hold it for more.
Okay, let's see. Okay, so according to the exit polling data, with Rainbow Dash on the ballot, no, that's not true. Because you have here the Democratic primary exit polling data. Republicans on average vote 41% to Rainbow Dash to 19% Lenard Kim, 28% Teddy Roosevelt, and 13% Eleanor Templeton. It is clearly obvious that Eleanor Templeton is gaining at least consistently 10%, 15% on average in terms of the popular vote and gaining delegates. Teddy Roosevelt, however, the 28% is nowhere existing, which means that the voters who are voting for Teddy Roosevelt, those Republicans, are voting for Lenard Kim, which keeping him competitive against Rainbow Dash. But I don't think Rainbow Dash and Lenard Kim have the edge in terms of Republican voting. I think it is flat even when it comes to open primaries, which is why you still see turnout matters for Rainbow Dash and turnout matters for Lenard Kim. Because when you look at the results and you look at here, Lenard Kim is winning in California, but he's losing every other race so far as it goes into the night. I don't think, open primary is benefiting Lenard Kim, and neither is closed primary. What's benefiting him is turnout. Whether or not those who vote consistently for Rainbow Dash continuously turn out, that's what matters. If they have low turnout for Rainbow Dash, Lenard wins. When there's high turnout, Lenard loses.
Wait, I have a question. Can you pull up the closed and open primaries map so I can actually see based off
I don't
the
know. I don't have that map.
I can maybe scroll up on Discord. Oh no, I have to open another tab.
I mean, if Leo actually added
it's on the political events thing.
Primaries, like in like a thing, that would be ideal. But we don't have that. I guess that's something that we could just have the next time we do this type of live. We don't have it, so I don't know. But as of right now, this is the map, I guess. If you go into political events, you'll see it in the pins column. You can see it. He said, show them the midterm results for the House.
I think Blue's trying to show the point that Dash can win Colorado. But like I don't think it would kind of cross over. I know
I
though,
mean,
like
if you look
it
at this
could.
result here, like look at the presidential election, right? Like
Mhm.
we have 2020, Colorado didn't even vote in 2020. They voted in 2024, it went blue. So if anything, it's very progressive, but it's also very centrist. The problem with Lenore Kim was too far right. So the problem is, well, how did Colorado vote? Do they vote to the left, far left, or do they vote more to the center? Because they voted for me in 2024. Will they vote for the more centrist, moderate candidate, which would be more Dash, or will they vote more to the left, what is going to be Leonard Kim? You know what I mean? So now let's take a look more at the past and midterm results here. He wants us to showcase the House map, which is here. You know, you can kind of see how Colorado is voting American Labor. American Labor is also in which Rainbow Dash won in the what's it called? The governorship in Georgia, which we can pull up also here as well. You can kind of see how this state here, Georgia, was a state that was flipped by Rainbow Dash because she was running under the umbrella of the American Labor Party but caucused with the Democratic Party. So, in essence, what I think Orby is trying to indicate to us is that look at Colorado. Colorado could be favoring Rainbow Dash, particularly because she ran underneath the umbrella of the American Labor Party, which means that that could be the key indicator for how that race goes. You know what I mean?
And Leo said Colorado's
Yeah.
updated.
So let's take a look.
Can I do my Republican prediction right quick? Before
So, okay.
I did not know I was actually gonna be correct. I thought I was just joking with everybody because I knew Dash would win.
So I guess Leonard Kim wins Colorado, so that is the second win tonight. Let's take a look at that result here. I think that's very interesting to see. We have Colorado Kim with 43.8% with 41 delegates, to Rainbow Dash 31.3% with 29 delegates, and Eleanor Templesham with 12.5% to 2 delegates reporting. So I definitely feel like it's very interesting to see. I mean, that would definitely upset 100%, but it makes sense. I mean, Colorado is a very progressive state, and so you know, being Illinois Kim and being very progressive, it really helped him in states like Colorado and California. But I don't know if it's going to help him across other states as well.
And that's why I think Maine's gonna go for Dash. If
You
my
wanna know if
predictions,
it's gonna- No, go. Say as you're saying. You're saying Maine's going to go to Dash. Now let's go back to the House map again. I know it's not your favorite, but we have to talk about it. The Reform Party was interesting. Look at the Reform Party. The Reform Party in Colorado is on the right side, right? If you look at the actual results here, right, this side here, it voted for people who voted in Reform. They voted for Rainbow Dash, which is definitely strange, but makes sense because they are very Republican, very moderate, very centrist. Rainbow Dash is that moderate candidate. He's left, but he is more moderate than Leonard Kim. However, on the left side, what is interesting, what to say none the least, those who voted in the left side are more progressive, more left-leaning, and so they voted more in favor of Leonard Kim. And I think that would be really interesting how that played out and how it kind of stayed true to the House of Representative result and turnout. So I guess, you know, you could be registered to a third party, but I guess when you're not on the ballot as that third party, you don't tend to have that sort of name recognition in the state.
Surprisingly, Reform looks like they kind of well, the party kind of I started technically. That is probably never gonna go because I want to keep the party second hand. I want to control it, but like also I don't want to put it main focus. I just want to put it as a side. So maybe in midterms I could lose it a little, but I just don't want to fully
What are you
put
talking about? Oh, look at this.
Reform.
So Jeffrey Lee, we're gonna make a projection here. In the state of Colorado, the first major win tonight for the Lee campaign. He has won the state of Colorado narrowly against Louis Amaya. So Jeffrey Lee wins Colorado with 50.02% to Louis Amaya's 49.94%. Jeffrey Lee wins 19 delegates. Louis Amaya wins 18 delegates out of the state of Colorado. With Skylar Bennett not even voting for himself.
You know what's funny? What I think is Lee is only doing good in Democrat states, not Republican. Kind of like Nikki Haley. I know I keep on mentioning my relative, but like it's kind of coincidence. If I said that correctly,
No. Now that you mention it, it kind of makes sense. Let's take a look back at the map. Let's take a look at the map again. So yeah, New Hampshire is kind of like that liberal type state. So with Colorado, and they're kind of voting consistently. Well, these states are a little bit more Republican, and why I say California is more Republican because they have a very strong MAGA base in California. I have never met anyone who's moderate Republican in California. Then they don't exist anymore. They're no longer the Arnold Schwarzenegger style Republican. They are hardcore MAGA. So when you look at California here, you can see that in New Hampshire, Maine, New Hampshire, Michigan, Colorado, and California here going to Leonard, those three are won by the Democratic Party last time around. They are very progressive states. When you look at these states here, Iowa, Arkansas, Alabama, South Carolina, Alaska, and with the exception of Nevada, they're very Republican. And Nevada actually is trending very Republican, according to the polls. Not that they've always been accurate, but they are a high Latino population here in Nevada, and so that is going to play a major role when it comes to voting, especially when you ride a pony and you're used to riding ponies out in Mexico somewhere. You're bound to vote for a pony, and so that makes sense why a lot of Latinos in Nevada voted for Rainbow Dash, because all they do is they ride ponies.
Then Dash is winning Texas. If you can base it off that.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, Texas can't hold them. Yeah.
Well, Texas will probably go for Dash only because one thing, it's the home state. And when I voted based off if it's a home state, I vote for the candidate's home state. As a vote
really?
for the home state.
I didn't know people actually do that. I didn't think it actually home state matters.
Well, I base it off if I was able to vote in every state, I want to make it fair and like if they don't win them home state, that's sad. So like if in Texas, I voted Leo a lot, but like for Texas, I voted Dash, and I voted Lewis a lot, but I voted Lee for Vermont and Virginia. But nope, my Vermont one didn't count when it's an open primary. Both primaries was open, and I switched parties only to post like one thing in each party. It was an open primary, so it didn't matter. But still, my vote didn't count. So technically, I only voted Lee once. Which I say it don't fail. It's not fair. If it's an open primary, I'm allowed to vote if I switch the party because it's an open primary.
Yeah, your vote probably didn't count though because you were only allowed to vote on the 20th.
The Vermont and Virginia was the last two.
Yeah, and that's what you voted in, and you voted Lee.
I voted from Oklahoma all the way to Virginia, but Vermont didn't count because Leo said, "Oh, you switched parties and you couldn't vote." And I said, well, I didn't say, but I thought I actually checked, and it was an open primary, so it didn't make sense. It didn't make sense. Because if it's open primary...
You know what? I can understand it. That makes a lot of sense. The reason why it was inputted was because Franklin Delano Roosevelt, the person who was in the server, was switching party roles, giving data to other political party operatives in different political party channels by stealing information and data and sending it to multiple different resources. And so that's what they were doing. a log channel, and they kept changing political party role consistently and commonly, and we kept asking why they were doing it. Because it's not really fair. If somebody keeps changing the political parties and they're allowed to vote, and they find out, oh well, hey, listen, this is what their plan is. Here's the information that this party is saying. That's bad.
Yeah. Well, I was not doing that. I was only checking for the Green Party to see if it was actually.
Absolutely. But we try to make the rules. We try to make the rules as simple and as fair as possible, because if you start making an exception, that's when it starts to get that sort of blurred to the rule itself. And when there are exceptions that are made to a rule, that's when it can start being exploited.
Yeah, I get that.
So that's why we opted not to. Like, obviously, we totally would, and we completely understand. And me and Leah, don't get me wrong, me and Leah agree with you. We just don't want to start making an exception, because if we make an exception for you, we're gonna have to make an exception for somebody else who made it had it be more severe. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I get that. I get it.
So we don't want that
Vermont
type of
really
scenario.
matters. Vermont doesn't really matter in the first place, really.
Yeah.
So,
well,
Virginia
let's talk about more data. Let's talk about more data. Let's move away from the data. I think this is what people want to talk about. And I think everybody has this on their mind while we wait for the new batch of poll closing to come in. Let's talk about the debate between Donald Trump, Joe Biden, and Robert F. Kennedy.
Well, they're not doing RFK now.
Yes, but RFK is polling, and he's learning from Ross Perot. He knows when Ross Perot was outed and kept out of the debate, he went on stage, brought out time slots for that specific time. So during the debate, he made a rebuttal during the time when it went to advertisement, and he just.
I think that was
What?
That was 1996. He was allowed on the debates in 1992. But then after what happened in 1992, they excluded any independent to really get on the debate after that, because really technically that ruins the big two. And that's why they didn't allow him in 1996 when he ran again, because they said, oh, even if you polled well, we don't want you in the debate. Remember what happened in 1992? You didn't help us. And that was with the Republicans and Democrats, kind of like now, agreeing that they didn't want Ross Perot again because what happened in 1992. He was allowed on the debates. What you're talking about is probably 1996 or his ad campaign that he spent millions of dollars on trying to get his points through in 1992. But he was allowed on the debate. They was failed. But after that, after Ross Perot in 1992, they made ballot access harder. They made independents harder for wanting. They made it so hard for independents they can't get on the debate. It's more harder than anything. RFK knows this. He's probably not wanting to win. He knows he's speaking more from Biden, not Trump, and that is the truth. And mostly what I'm saying this is, you kind of lied about the he wasn't allowed on the debate in 1992, and kind of yes was. RFK's
I didn't lie. I guess I misspoke.
Misspoke. Okay, not lie.
You don't just call me a liar.
I didn't mean it. I didn't mean it. I just get crazy on politics. But basically, RFK is kind of like Ross Perot. But see what happened is basically what he's doing is what Steen did in 2016. They didn't allow her because she was pulling like barely that much. She was pulling like barely like 2 at the time. She didn't pull good than Johnson or Evan McClellan, and that was the truth. And if you can actually see with Steen, she made her own debate with the news channel, and it was just the same debate, just with her responding after the other two did, and it sucked. So they just did a third party one with Johnson that sucked more because no one really killed. If you couldn't get on the debate, you really not a good candidate. And Stein knew she wouldn't win. She's a Green Party. Same with the Libertarian. A lot of third parties won. They think they could win. Those mostly can't because they know after Ross Perot it's probably never happened. And Maine's also updated, so I'll stop talking and get on my rant later. Maine is updated. What is Leo saying?
Okay. I was looking for my prediction that I made on the old channel, but I can't find it, so I'm not going to say it. Okay, let's see. We have a new update. Let's take a look at the new update.
I hope Dash wins. Please.
You
My
got the
prediction should be
squeaky
good.
noise. Yeah, Dash wins by a astounding margin in Maine.
W. I love my predictions. I think
Okay,
I'm
so in the
smart.
state of Maine, what's it called? Rainbow Dash, in the first round of voting, they are actually tied. Rainbow Dash and Lenard Kim are tied almost identically, with Lenard Kim in the lead narrowly. With Robert Flores, Evan, and Eleanor at 6%, with nobody voting for Teddy Roosevelt as per usual. Rainbow Dash wins Maine. It heads into a runoff, and those who voted for the other candidates ended up voting for Rainbow Dash with 60-40, with only less than a vote. Yeah, nobody voted for Lenard Kim. Everybody who voted, every other candidate other than Lenard Kim, all went to Rainbow Dash. I think that's significant because it tells us already that people are protesting against Lenard Kim. When you look at the results here, he didn't even gain a vote. He lost every single one. Every single one. So anyone who voted Robert, anyone who voted Evan, everyone who voted Eleanor, anyone who voted Teddy Roosevelt, all went to Rainbow Dash. But nobody, not even one person, wanted to vote for Kim. I think that's a big issue for the Kim campaign. Do you agree?
Yeah, I agree on that. I very much agree. If you really don't get any more votes than the one-off, you're kind of doing bad. And well, it's Maine, so Rainbow Dash was gonna win it no matter what. Leo couldn't have won it because one other thing is Maine was, I think, semi-open. Yeah, I am correct about that.
Yeah.
And
So
Paul,
independents
tied.
are voting in favor of Dash, right?
Yeah, but what the exit polls show, it's tied. So basically it shows now the exit polls are kind of in favor in independence for Dash, not Leo, because we can say that. Because it shows 50-50. It's even, not 50-50, but you get the idea. It was even for independence.
Yeah, so it's 45-45.
Yeah, but that's kind of not true anymore because it's kind of shifting more Dash. We can see that in semi-open primaries.
Well, it makes sense though, too, because you know what happened when you dash, right? You dash forward, you go pretty fast, and it seemed to be tonight that Dash, no matter where she goes, she's always ahead.
I could think that, but like you. By the way, I think this primary does last longer than the Republicans, so we're probably gonna see even more.
Yeah. Well, what's ironic as well is that those who voted for Dash also voted for Louis Amaya. Because look at here, 60% voted for Louis Amaya, exactly 60%, with 20% only voting, 20.1% going to Jeffrey Lee, and 19.9% going to Skylar Bennett. What this tells me already that those who voted for Jeffrey Lee and those who voted for Skylar Bennett probably ended up voting for Lenard Kim in the in the primary, but those who voted for in the Republicans who voted for Lenard Kim voted for Jeffrey Lee or Skylar Bennett in the Republican primary. I find that to be really interesting how the margin is identical.
This kind of looks, actually, I think that's the closest one that actually looks like the real presidential primary for the Republicans. I think that's actually the closest one that looks like one.
Really?
It actually is almost the same margin. Without B, if you kind of technically actually added that, but it actually was very looking like the primary, which is funny, but obviously that's kind of funny.
So it says here that those who are winning tonight in the Super Tuesday delegate one so far, Myers winning 274 delegates with 77% of the vote to Lee's 74 delegates with 21% of the popular vote, and Bennett 6 delegates and 2% of the popular vote. So it's definitely say that, it's almost certain tonight that we're going to definitely have Lewis and Maya become the front runner. I think it's going to be very clear that that is the front runner tonight for the Republicans. I don't think Jeffrey Lee can hold on and be able to catch up.
Yeah.
I think
Hey.
it's a foregone conclusion for the Republicans. I don't think it's going to be as competitive as Jeffrey Lee hoped. I think the Jimmy Carter campaign might need to start considering an endorsement for a different candidate at this time.
Hey, Chris, I think soon we can maybe call Lee a Nikki Haley soon if he keeps on doing this bad because
If he's doing this bad, oh yeah.
he made Maine very. That was like super close to the real life primary in Maine. That was like basically almost the results, which is surprising.
Yeah, I didn't even know that. Let's take a look. Let's look. Maine.
Let's check because I really forget. But they don't do counties. They do multiple freaking counts. They kind of like New Hampshire. I don't know. They kind of do it weird.
So 2020, right? No, 2020.
2024.
Okay, let's
So,
take a look.
Dang. That's 72.
No, that's kind of close. I mean, Donald Trump wins 72.9% to Nikki Haley's 25.3%.
And how much was Lee's? And,
for the Democrats?
No, not Democrats.
No, that's lopsided. So,
yeah.
So
I was not talking about the
the vice president in the service underperforming.
Can we compare the Republican one with the silver one to see how realistic it is?
To what? For what state?
Maine, because that's the closest one I could see.
Okay, for what? For the Republicans or the Democrats?
Republicans, because it's not that lopsided. Okay, so it was
60-20.
That was actually close.
Yeah, that's worse. Yeah.
Yeah, that's the closest we could. That might be the closest one we have, except maybe DC. DC will go fully. I'm predicting that. That's not happening today. I know it, but like DC will go.
I don't even know. Who even knows if Lee's gonna even be in the race that long?
He probably won't, but I hope he would, just for fun. Jimmy will just tell him.
It's so interesting too, like how the Democratic primary for the first two elections were not competitive, really, but the Republican primary now is not competitive, but the Democratic primary is.
Hey, Quiz, who do you think's gonna win Massachusetts? That's the next one for the Democrats.
Honestly, for the Republicans or the Democrats?
Democrats, and then we do Republicans.
I'm gonna stay for the Republicans here in the state of Massachusetts. I'm feeling like Lee gonna win it. For some reason, my gut is telling me Lee. But when it comes to Massachusetts for the Democrats, I feel like it's gonna be Kim.
Well, I think it's gonna be Dash. Dash gonna keep on doing the margins in the thing. I think Massachusetts will go solid. I think maybe, and Republicans. It's very close. Maybe Lewis if he keeps on. We're gonna keep on. I want to fact check this. If we have time, maybe each primary. If we have time for the Republicans, we can fact check if it actually looks close to the real life to see if we can actually classify Lee as a Nikki Haley.
Yeah,
because that's just funny.
Yeah, we could do that. Do you guys think Nikki Haley is similar to Jeffrey Lee in the Republican primary? Louis Amaya said he agrees that he thinks that Massachusetts is going to Republican primary to Jeffrey Lee, but then it's going to go to Lenard Kim in the Democratic primary.
Mm-hmm. Well, I think probably it's going to look like real life. If Maine was that close, I think it might be around the same closeness in real life, but I still think most likely Dash wins another primary, and that'll just destroy the Kim's presidential campaign, to be honest. Maine wasn't close. I'm not talking about Maine.
Do you say that you're enjoying this stuff? I'm excited to see what occurs tonight. Are you saying that you are excited and you like the live stream, or you're saying that you like the way the simulation is? I mean, eventually, if it wasn't a Tuesday, to be honest, I think we would have more people for this live. We honestly, me and Leo honestly thought that we would have more people just because it's school's out, but I guess that's not the case.
It's because it's real life. It's presidential primary day. So in some states they can't come because in New York we have primary day for the House election and Senate. They are uncontested, but Utah has them Senate races, which is probably oval, and governor's races. So that's probably.
And I'm talking about like the live stream.
Oh yeah, that's probably because some people are busy and some people is like out of like the normal boundaries. Kind of like Ronald, he's in Colorado. He can't because it's probably his family looking all over the state, and some people are busy in some days, and you can't really get a day that everyone will join. That's impossible.
Yeah, I know. Unfortunately, it's hard. It's hard. I mean, it's nice that it's a Tuesday. We're doing this on a Tuesday.
And the funny thing is, I think Lewis will win all the electoral votes. I believe.
What? Over
so
how many electoral votes?
I think. What state? Let me think. Massachusetts, I think, because I have him winning, but I have him like winning all of it. He probably would lose 2 counties, to be honest, but I still think it would look exactly almost around the same to the real life. And I want we're gonna keep on checking if it's actually Nikki Haley, because that would be funny. I wish we could actually have my
But I know you don't mean that.
I wish I could have brought Nikki Haley to the chat. That would be so cool if you had Nikki Haley.
Oh, God, me too. Yeah, I mean, I don't know how Nikki Haley would feel about this.
I think Nikki Haley would not. I have to travel to the south. I'm in New York, so.
Okay, you ready? We have a new update.
Please, my predictions.
Okay, I'm hiding the map so we don't actually see the map. I don't want to be like surprised. I want to see the results first.
Please. I'm correct.
Oh, so dash 1 Massachusetts. Interesting.
W's in the chat, guys. W's in the chat.
Okay, so it's actually close. It's close, so that's probably why. Okay, so in the state of Massachusetts, we can project that Rainbow Dash has won the state of Massachusetts with 44.4%, with 48 delegates. Sonali Kempt, 38.9% with 42 delegates, with Eleanor Templeton 11.1% with 2 delegates going to their name. So I find that to be really interesting how Eleanor Templeton is still winning delegates despite not really clenching more than probably say 16% of the popular vote, but is still winning delegates nonetheless. Like she is like the Democrat version of the uncommitted vote.
Nah, she's Dean Phillips in some states. Because like Nebraska and Ohio, Dean Phillips did actually surprisingly well.
Yeah, you know what? You're right. I agree with that. And
also,
I'm actually surprised how close Massachusetts was. It's not really lopsided.
And it's
like
not
really like a 6-point margin, 6 to 5-point margin kind of thing.
And also,
let's take a look at the Republicans. Who do you think is gonna win?
Lewis, all of it. He's gonna win all of it, except like.
Yeah, he did. He won it.
Compare it. We have to compare.
I was way off. I was bad on this one. Oh my. Okay, so we have Lewis and Maya. We can make the official projection that he has won the state of Massachusetts with 62.5% of the popular vote with 40 delegates, winning all his 40 delegates, to Jeffries Lee winning 37.5%, with Scarlett Bennett getting 0. So it looks like tonight, Scarlett Bennett had a high performance in some states, but then kind of like dipped, like almost like they gave up.
That was the early states, and then a lot of people just stopped. Like Leo just removed voting and all that stuff. But Chris, it's time. You know what time it is? Time to check if this state is like the 2024 election. just so we can see if he
Wait,
is
hold on.
my.
You had a stroke in whatever you said. Can you repeat that?
It's time to check if Lee is this is close to the 2024 election. Like I
Oh,
mean,
okay. Why didn't you just say that?
sorry, I just wanted to have a funny thing.
That's okay. No, you just had like a stroke when you were saying that, and I was like, I did not understand what you were saying. Okay,
My
I'm gonna
speech
put,
impediment is crazy.
okay, Connecticut, Republican.
It's Massachusetts, by the way.
I know, but I don't know how to spell it, so I'm picking the one that's closest.
So you can go on New York Times and just
Yeah.
Oh, Wikipedia. No, just go to
Oh, it didn't happen yet.
No,
Damn it.
no, calm down. Connecticut. Go to the New York Times. New York Times. Right down there. The results.
Damn it. Okay, hold on. We're having some technical difficulties, people.
Just spell Massachusetts. Oh, you could
24.
just even if you spelled wrong. I have an idea. Just go on New York Times.
Okay, well, first we gotta find it.
Probably have to put new. Okay, that's Senate, but you can
Oh, here, perfect. We'll just use this.
yeah, Massachusetts. Just M.
This is what I was looking for. Stupid Google. Okay, so we have here Donald Trump wins 60% of the popular vote, with Nikki Haley winning 36.9%.
That's close.
Yeah,
That's
close,
actually
yeah.
we can't project it yet. Is Lee is not so far actually going to a Nikki Haley.
Yeah.
So my prediction's kind of right. If Lee, I think Lee's more is actually kind of more like my relative. I know my relative. I met with Nikki Haley through the campaign trail as her governor. I went to the governor's mansion in South Carolina.
Well,
once.
hold on. So you met her? Like, does she even know that you exist?
Yes, she
Does
does.
she know that you're her cousin?
Yes.
Does
She
she actually
will.
give a... Now, I want to ask you, does she actually give a crap about you?
Eh. We all up in New York. Sometimes in the areas we go to South Carolina in the summer or winter. But we plan to go to South Carolina to meet my relatives probably next month. So I probably won't.
So I want to ask you, and I don't mean this in an offensive way. Are you considered a nobody, or actually does she actually consider you a relative that you talk to and consider an aunt or a cousin that you talk to on a regular basis, or are you somebody who happen to be related but not closely related when you go to family convention?
We meet like almost like maybe once every 2 years. We meet all. So it's kind of like we have like we have to like travel a lot because for family conventions we had to go to like one side and another. So we have a southern side, we have a more Europe side. It's all over the place. So we travel a lot, and that's the problem. But like I don't know what my family tree is.
Yeah.
It's too much to count. I can't
Yeah, it
say my
sounds about
entire
right.
family because it's too much.
That's okay. It sounds about right, though. So let's move on. Let's move on to other things. I have a better idea. I think you will be up and interested in. I think everyone will be interested in this as well. So we are going to pop this big boy open, and we're just gonna go and roll with it. If the thing loads any day tomorrow. Okay. We are going to make, while we are waiting for more states to roll, I'm thinking we start making electoral college predictions based on how we think the races are going to go. What do you say?
I say that's a good idea.
Okay, so if anyone in the chat wants to participate with me and Leo, by all means, go ahead. I think the way Leo is doing it is any state that voted consistently and voted solidly for one party over the other, that is going to be solid. So I'm going to say the first state that we can call as officially solid would be the state of California. I don't think that's
should-
going to go to Republican.
Wait a minute. You should have done DC first because that's the most Democrat of them all. Then California, because
Yeah,
California is more
yeah.
Republican than DC.
Middle in the solid states, okay?
Yeah.
So I will probably say Hawaii.
Mhm. Yeah.
I'm gonna say the next one is Maryland, Delaware, New Jersey.
Delaware, I get it. I get
Connecticut,
Delaware, but it's like
Vermont.
it goes like me.
I will probably say Maine first, Massachusetts, Rhode Island. Okay, New York. All
My
right,
state.
and Washington.
Yeah.
That's what I would classify as solid states. Do you agree or
What-
disagree?
I think the one more you might have to add is Illinois and maybe Oregon sometimes and maybe Colorado because they get more sick by the day.
So you want them to be solid? I don't think they're going to be solid. Because remember, this is not the 2024 prediction. This is for the server prediction.
Yeah, so I still think Illinois, Oregon then. So
Hold on, give me a second.
yeah,
You think to yourself. Think to yourself. Let me just hit
will
with
be
the-
yeah. That is what I think. Illinois and Oregon does need to go Democrat. I'm gonna slide with Colorado because it could be likely. I get that very much. For everybody. So yeah. Also, guys, is it cool that I kind of that Lee? I'm predicting that Lee is a Nikki Haley. Who thinks that's funny? Please, anybody. I have nothing else to do until I wait until Chris gets back. Yeah, it will be. It was likely last time, and it probably would be. But we have to do
Okay,
it by Silver. So.
I'm back.
Okay.
All right, so Orby
Now,
said
that
that Illinois and Oregon will be solid. Likely Colorado, like last time, Biden won it by 9 points. Do
Yeah.
you think that we should solidify those? Or should we make
Illinois,
them likely?
yes.
I was thinking about
Oregon,
making them likely.
Illinois, yes. Oregon could be likely. That's it. Illinois
I
is
don't know. I
voted.
feel like they should be likely.
Well, if you be realistic, Illinois will vote Democrat no matter what the candidate does.
No, but also, as well, people could vote in Illinois.
Well, I think. Wait a minute. Let me actually be realistic here. Oregon is more Republican than Illinois. Illinois is basically New York, but just shifting more Republican by the day. Not like how New York is. It's slowly, very, very, very slowly.
Well, hold on. Wait, what state though?
Illinois, because it's very slowly shifting Republican, while New York is now shifting, like, gonna be likely. Now the polls have it lean. It's shifting differently, faster than Illinois. And a lot of people think, oh, if New York's safe, Illinois is. Well, probably Illinois is more Democrat. It's more closer to be safe. That's what I mean about.
I think the polls are right that New York is moving more to the right than the rest of the nation, and I agree with that. I've seen that as far back as 2012. I made a prediction to people when Obama was elected that New York was going to go Republican by 2028 into around the 2030s into the 2040s. The reason why I say that is that New York is going to be kind of like a swing state in some way. I see Florida becoming a new Texas, while Texas becomes that kind of like that swing state that you see in California. It kind of goes Republican, but also goes Democrat, but doesn't have that identity yet that it's looking for. Whereas the New Yorkers, I feel like they're going to trend Republican, but then it flips back Democrat. And the reason for that is if I feel like there's a certain point in time where it goes really fast Republican and people on the Republican Party side take New York for granted, and it flips back Democrat,
Well,
and it stays a little bit Democratic.
I'm gonna say this: the only chance that New York is flipping in the future is Lee Zeldin somehow wins in 2026, and it's closer. And maybe without the Trump endorsement, that hurted him last time. He tries to be a model. He tries to be like a Larry Hogan. Tries to win New York. He wins. Probably after a couple times, maybe 2036, you would see him won, or probably in the future. Then New York would be a possibility. He's the only New Yorker who could New York Republican
Okay,
that could. make that fight.
1 second. We need to interject here. We have another projection, a major projection from the state of Minnesota. Rainbow Dash had narrowly won the state of Minnesota, very narrowly. Only
I forgot
by
to project
winning.
it. No.
Hold on. Let me talk, please. Let's not do a repeat. Why is
Okay.
let's not do a repeat. Okay. Rainbow Dash have won narrowly with 41.66% to Lenard's Cam 41.63%. They both won 31 delegates respectively, with Eleanor Templeton performing quite well, winning almost 17% of the vote in Minnesota and getting 13 delegates out of Minnesota. Now you may speak.
Okay. I forgot to project it, and I'm sad, but I'm okay with that. But
You don't need to project everything. We were talking about the presidential. I think that's a little bit
I
more
know.
important.
yeah, but I think it's almost time to check Minnesota's Republican.
Do you want to make
says-
that projection because that's what you like to do? Which is okay.
Lewis wins. It's gonna be like 2024, but
Okay.
little change.
Yeah. So, for Louis Amaya, he went 66.7% to Jeffrey Lee, 33.3%. Jeffrey Lee went 13 delegates to Louis Amaya, 26. So you can definitely tell Skylar B. Bennett doesn't give a crap anymore. Which is funny because I've been voting in these races and my votes don't seem to be showing up anywhere. I would like to know the answer for that. But yeah, I've
My
been
vote
voting.
will count very
And
soon.
some of these, and my vote doesn't seem to be showing up in the Republican primary. So I would like to know where my vote's been going.
Also, I think I can actually fact check it because I remember Minnesota. The area that Nikki Haley actually won, it was the closest one, and she almost won that area where Lee won.
It's actually on par too, look. So it was 69% for what's it called? For Donald Trump. If you look in Minnesota right now, almost 67. Then with 33 for Jeffrey Lee is 28.8. Yeah, I guess you could say that Jeffrey Lee is similar to Nikki Haley.
Yeah, and also he only won one county that Nikki Haley almost won.
Oh, that makes sense, Leo. I forgot I couldn't vote in every primary. My fault. Thank you. I forgot that we adopted a new method. Embarrassing. How
And
embarrassing.
I think the funny thing here is that the only county that Lee actually won was the only close county in real life in Minnesota.
Yeah.
Which was the most liberal, so makes
So
sense.
I have a question for you. You seem to be very obsessed with your cousin.
I'm not obsessed. Okay, stop. Fake news. It's just because it's a famous.
You talk about it
it's a
so
bad-
much.
Because people very, very think it's weird that I'm related to a wino, and okay, I get it. I'm not exact. My family is different in many ways because we have different political views in different sides. Because Nikki Haley's obviously closer to a wino. I'm a more conservative, maybe lean Democrat with some policies, and that's it. Well, like, Nikki Haley's not kind of like that.
No, I want to actually make like a staff vote to allow third parties like Libertarians or Green to vote as independents so they can vote in the next Republican primary and Democratic primary. to allow them to be able to vote because I feel like they're classified as third parties and independent, so they should be able to vote.
Wait, I have a question. Is the Green Party technically dead in the Civil? Because
Yeah.
um
So is the Libertarian.
yeah, but like the Libertarian has more people. If you look at the rules, there's only
Yeah, but those people are not active. They haven't even said anything, and neither had the Green Party.
Yeah, the Green Party. Look, the next election after the next election, I will be Ralph Nader. We form the Green Party. We will make the Green Party 2000.
Well, the thing is, it's funny too because if you look actually in the first election, Green Party did really well. They got 19 electoral votes with 5.5% of the popular vote. They were the populist, one of the most the second popular third party. And then they just fell off the rails.
They only won one state, and that was the most Republican state. Lol.
No, they won 2 states. They won Hawaii
Oh,
and Alabama.
I didn't see that.
And then they also won a couple other delegates electoral votes in either in Indiana, Ohio, North Carolina, Georgia, or Missouri. We can actually find it out right now.
Did not see that.
They won a delegate. They won electoral vote in West Virginia.
Dang, why are they doing good in Republican areas? This doesn't make sense.
Yeah, but remember, it's a Stover. That's why I kind of wanted Leo to kind of like me, like toss up states for the Stover, like, you know what I mean, to make it a little different. But he wanted to make it more realistic, so I guess we'll go with that. I'll honor that.
Well, guys, in 2036, we will have Ralph Nader wanting us a Green nomination and chairman. That would be the greatest time of all time.
Didn't he die?
No, he's still alive, I believe.
Again?
I think he's still alive. Yeah, Ralph
Jesus,
Nader.
I thought that man was long gone.
I think you're thinking about Washboard, who died in 2019.
No. I thought that boy was still alive. I'm talking about Ralph Nader. I thought that guy was dead.
No, I think Nader's still alive. Because he made like so many political ones. He was literally named the most guy who ran as a third party. That's what I heard. Because in 2000 he ran as a Green, but then he ran as independent in 2004, did the same thing in 2008, and then ran in 2012 as an independent again, and kept on running until 2016. So he ran a long time. So technically he was campaigning for around 12 years. He left the Green Party at some point. He became an independent so he could
So do you want to start talking about this? Owen?
Oh yeah, we can I forgot about that. Okay.
Yeah,
What?
Owen said he's alive in 90.
What?
But anyway, going back to that, do you think
I'm
some
not
of the
busy.
states
I was
would be
checking.
solid, or you think, I don't know, I feel like Montana, Utah, Kansas.
Okay, this is just looking.
and
I
South
just
Carolina.
listen. Okay, now this looks like a Bolshoi map. Please, Neville. Please. Okay,
Wait, what did I
Montana's
say about
going Republican
Kirsten?
no matter what. Oh, I didn't curse.
Okay.
I think I didn't. I thought I said the
Well-
soft word of it.
But no, you didn't. You didn't.
I said
But
the
anyway,
a Bolshoi map. That's what I said.
okay.
That's what I said.
So, okay, so I made New Hampshire, Connecticut, New Jersey, and Delaware tossed up because I don't think they're solid. I think they'll be more likely.
Wait, I think Iowa would be likely.
Well, yeah, well, right now in the solid category. So, do you agree with the solid categories?
Montana's the only one I'm disputing. It looks way too much Republican. Same with Democrat.
Yeah, but remember, it's based off 2020, but then it's all, yeah, you know what? I agree with that. You know what?
If he's basing it off 2020 swing states, so technically based off the polls, the swing states was not favored for Trump, but I remember they had Trump winning like Utah and Kansas because I think I remember you
Yeah, but
said
Utah was more competitive.
yeah, but like yes, the polls had toss up Ohio, toss up Texas, which would never happen. But like they never had, I never saw a poll that had Utah and Kansas very, very toss up. I never
Mhm.
saw that. Same with Alaska.
Okay,
Yeah,
so
if it's based off, yeah, if it's based off the 2020, which you say it's the strings of the swing states of the 2020. So basically, it would look like the 2020 map just without kind of Trump. So you would basically have Alaska going Republican because I wouldn't have voted. That's still Republican. New Jersey is like
I would put that in a likely category.
yeah because he's there, but you could maybe say that could shift, but still.
I actually gonna move Virginia. Nah, you know what? No, because it's based off 2020. It's a different time. It's not now.
2020
Okay.
Connecticut was safe, right?
Nah, I feel like it's a little bit closer. I would probably put those states as likely.
Okay, so I thought New Mexico wasn't the swing. Well, I remember the swing states was Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, Michigan,
I
Texas.
can tell you, Wisconsin, Michigan,
Yeah.
Pennsylvania, North Carolina, Georgia,
Georgia,
Florida, Minnesota, Texas,
Texas.
Arizona, Nevada, New Hampshire, Maine, and Nebraska. Oops, hold on.
Maine's all wasn't. Yeah.
Yeah.
Nevada. They if it's realistic or like because you had like toss up Utah because I remember really Texas. Yes, the polls stated that would be close, but it wasn't.
It was pretty
But,
close. I mean, it was a 6-point margin. That's like a little bit above the margin of error for lean.
Okay, what's about Florida? That wasn't close, and that's gonna.
No, that was close in a definition of 3%.
Okay, but like also Maine at all I think wasn't competitive. It was likely.
Yeah, but remember too, people are going to be voting, so we're taking in server votes, and when people will vote, they're probably going to vote in states like Texas, Florida.
I thought it was just
big
all one.
states.
I thought it was
What?
just all one vote. That's what you said, right? It was like
What?
one big vote.
I don't know.
I
Leo-
remember
Leo
you
confuses
saying
me
that.
sometimes. I don't know how he's doing it. I thought he was doing like all the swing states for that election, and people could choose what swing state they wanted to vote in, and they can shift that state one way or another.
I remember hearing it's just one big vote and you wouldn't be able to control it. That's what I heard. Well, from you because I have bad memory, so don't trust me. But I think that is probably because if they don't select it, okay. So based off the poll, if we're basing it off the poll, Texas and Florida is going Republican. Oh, North Carolina's updated. Can I do my predictions?
Okay, so we have another state projection here. We're gonna take a quick break from this. From the state of North Carolina, let's take a look. So we can project that Dash would also win the state of North Carolina. Yeah, by a commanding lead. So we can project that Rainbow Dash wins 50% of the popular vote in the state of North Carolina, with Lenard Kim winning 50 delegates with 37.5% of the popular vote, with Evan in third place with 6.4%. So that is very interesting to really see how that is playing out. So right now it is still neck and neck with Rainbow Dash increasing her lead and cashing on. It looks like in the next state, if Dash wins it looks like she's gonna pull ahead.
Okay,
and as for the
big
Republican
time
primary,
Republican.
we have Lewis and Meyer also winning the state of North Carolina as well with 57.1% with 50 delegates, and Jeffrey Leeds winning 28.6% with 24 delegates, with Skylar B. Bennett getting 14.3% of the popular vote in North Carolina.
Okay, it's time to check. I think it is close, but not the counties. I think the Pablo vote's close. Because
Yeah.
I remember Nikki Haley did do
Well,
good
who
in.
cares about the counties? I don't care about the counties. You
Yeah,
might
we
care
don't
about the
care.
counties. I don't care. I'm in a state of like exhaustion right now because it's like nighttime and it's almost 2 o'clock. It's like 1 o'clock right now. I'm exhausted, so I do not care.
Okay, 70-20.
74. Not even close.
Okay, so obviously it's Lee's home state, so it had to
No,
benefit.
not really. I mean, think about it. Lee kind of performed kind of on par with Nikki Haley.
Yeah.
Lewis and Maya underperformed Donald Trump here, but Nikki Haley 23.3. You go to the result here, it's 28.6, kind of on par.
So it's kind of. Yeah.
Yeah.
So we can
So
maybe.
Lewis and Maya underperformed Trump.
Yes, but Oklahoma's probably gonna go for Lewis very heavily. Even
Yeah.
I voted in this primary, so first primary I was able to vote. Oh dang it! Great, there was another silence. I have to deal with the chat. Hello. Okay. What should I do? Chat. Please. I'm not good with the chat. The chat doesn't like me. I think. I don't know. So Okay.
What are you
thank God.
talking about? I'm back.
So
Next time, this is happening way earlier. I know. I didn't think Leo was going to take this long, honestly. I thought he already knew the results. I honestly thought Leo knew the result. That's what I thought. I thought he knew the result and he already had everything laid out. And he was just going to go boom, 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 like every 15 minutes or something. I didn't know it was going to take hours. I mean, if I'd known, I would have just slept early last night. I'm like exhausted.
Same. I'm probably.
I
gonna
honestly
see
just want to go to
Big
bed.
Mouth.
I know the
You probably
results,
won't see
but I
me
got
tomorrow,
to work
guys.
late. What? Oh, like, okay, maybe we should not do this on a Tuesday, or like when we're working, just so you don't have to do this.
Oh, we don't have to worry. Then we're not probably gonna do a stream until the event, and that's in July.
Leah, why don't we leave everything on a cliffhanger and then pick up where we left off on another day? What do you say?
Oh, that's gonna get a lot of people angry. You have to
Oh,
remember.
thanks, Owen. Thanks for being a bearer of bad news.
I'm sorry, but it's the truth though. I kind of know the people. They're gonna react the same, kind of like how you push the midterms. Yeah, there's just 6 left. Yeah, Leo's just said.
That means 12. That means 12, really, if you think about it. 12 right there. That's 12 states that he has to do. That's 12 freaking states.
Well, he has 6 more left, so he has to give. I say just get over with, and that's what Leo said.
All right, so let's continue the map. So I'm gonna say let's do the lean margin. Do you agree with the likely margins?
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm gonna say that Texas is in the lean category.
Yeah.
I would say Florida is in the lean category.
Yeah, I get that. Yeah.
I will probably put
NC. I believe will go Republican.
I feel like it's gonna be more of a tilt. I want to say Texas and Florida are lean for the Republican. I'm gonna put Nevada for lean.
You gotta put Minnesota as lean at this
lean,
point.
Yeah, I feel like the lean. New Hampshire lean.
Mm-hmm.
Maine at large lean. But Republicans win lean Maine second congressional district. with Democrats winning lean Nebraska's second district, then I would say those are the classification for the lean states. Do you agree?
Maybe Minnesota's just left because I don't think it's gonna be that competitive. But you could say it's in play because Lewis is like actually like Donald Trump at this point.
What do you say?
I think Minnesota could be in play for Lewis because he's kind of acting like the new Trump. Then kind of like, I remember you said like he was kind of more
Wait, who
Trump.
again?
Lewis. I believe Lewis is more Trump now. He's the most likely similar to Trump.
Oh, in terms of charismatic, yeah.
Yeah, and everything, and I think that's gonna help because let's look at the primaries. So some of the Super Tuesdays looking like real life Maine and Massachusetts, to be honest.
Yeah.
A lot of them.
You know, and it's interesting how we come down back to the 5 states that will decide the winner.
Yeah.
Now, I think if this was a hypothetical mashup between the state Rainbow Dash and Louis Amaya, I will probably say Rainbow Dash probably wins Georgia just because history tells us that that's probably going to be the way it goes. I'll probably put that in the tilt category. I feel like Pennsylvania will go into the tilt category for Rainbow Dash, but I do feel like Arizona will go into. No, hold on. Let me take this back. Hold on. I don't know if Georgia's gonna go. I feel like Georgia's gonna go to Louis Amaya narrowly, but I feel like Rainbow Dash can win Arizona narrowly. But then Rainbow Dash loses every other state: Wisconsin, Michigan, and North Carolina narrowly. I think if I were to put it and make the projection, I would probably say Louis Amaya will defeat Rainbow Dash with 276 electoral votes to 262 electoral votes for Rainbow Dash. And I would say Rainbow Dash win the popular vote by 2.7 million votes over Louis Amaya.
Yeah. What about Leo?
Because Blue Orby, the way the election is being worked by Leah Leonard Kim is that you could be ahead in the popular vote doesn't mean you're going to win the electoral college. That's the thing. The popular vote doesn't dictate who wins. The electoral college does. So who do you think is going to win in your map if it was Louis Amaya versus Rainbow Dash? Owen?
Me? Oh, me, okay. I think, to be honest, if Lee endorses Lewis, I think North Carolina would go for more non-closal. I think it would be lean, not tilt. Just saying, because if Lee actually looks like very popular in North Carolina, so if you really actually get that combined vote, I think that would actually help Lewis. But what I do think is Lewis wins Georgia, but tilt, like you said, that is probably gonna happen. What I do think is Arizona goes Republican, but very close. It's very close. So it's a very close election, but I'm predicting Pennsylvania will probably lean. Not as close, but I think it's not.
Lean for who?
Lean for Democrat. Wait, I have to talk to my dad. Okay, back. Sorry.
Okay.
He's yelling because it's like 1 a.m., but I'm okay. Wisconsin, I think, goes Democrat by tilt.
You think Wisconsin goes Democrat by tilt?
Yes, if Dash is the nominee, yeah.
So that means he probably wins Michigan too. So it's kind of like the 2024 mashup, most likely scenario for Biden pathway to re-election.
Kind of, yes. And I believe Michigan will be lean, yeah. So that's what I predict if Dash is the nominee. Because Dash,
Interesting.
I think Dash would win most of the voters more than Leo, because Leo would probably even do bad in like. Leo's kind of, not to be rude, but Leo's kind of a Biden type, and like compared to Lewis, that would be
Nah,
a
no, not even Biden. I think more
Not,
Kamala.
yeah, that. And like if you compare the two, it's probably gonna be the 2024 map. If we can do Leo versus Lewis, I
Well,
would
that's what we're
love
going to do
to.
next. But we're talking about Dash. So, what do you think the popular vote margin would be here?
I think by I think 4 for Dash.
Okay. Okay, and do you think that in this hypothetical scenario where it's only two parties, so it's only Dash versus Lewis and Maya, this will be the map. Now, what I want to know is, hold on, we have an update. So, we want to look at the update first, and then we'll continue talking.
Okay.
Okay, so Oklahoma, we can project that Dash also wins the state of Oklahoma. Rainbow Dash wins 46.2% of the popular vote in the state of Oklahoma and wins 22 delegates to Lenar's Kim 30.8% with 14 delegates with 100% reporting, with Robert Flores ahead in third place with 7.9%. Rainbow Dash has won the state of Oklahoma. We can now project that Rainbow Dash is now ahead in the delegate count, narrowly but still ahead. When it comes to the Republican GOP, though, in the state of Oklahoma, we can now project that Luz Amaya will win the state of Oklahoma with exactly 50% of the vote to Jeffrey Lee, 37.5%, with 3 delegates going to his name, with 12.5% going to Skylar Bennett, and 40 delegates going to Luz Amaya. I think the result is telling, but not shocking. Let's take a look and see how we voted in real life in 2024. So, no, it did not vote on par. Nikki Haley underperformed here with 15.9%. I would definitely say that is more on par for Skylar Bennett than Jeffrey Lee. So, I guess I feel like both of them are Nikki Haley. I do feel like, we possible tonight we could see Lewis and Meyer getting very close to clinching the nomination. I think the Republican nomination is going to be over probably within less than a week.
Yeah. But I do think like more of the states come through, because like Oklahoma maybe is not in the case because we have Tennessee next, but a lot of the primaries that you could see with real life is Vermont going for Lee, and DC. Probably those states would go to Lee, and
Right.
I think that will be happening. DC is a close primary anyways, but I still think it would go for Lee. If it goes, it's kind of like it's the same case for like Nikki Haley. One, if you don't win DC, that's how bad your candidacy is. You're so bad you can't even win DC. Or the other hand is you actually won like the most Democrat swamp place in the world, and you shouldn't be happy. And like that's like
and so Jeffrey Lee only won one state tonight for Super Tuesday, and that is only Colorado, whereas Leonard Kim won 2 states on Super Tuesday for the Democratic primary. He only won Colorado and California. Both of them are still an embarrassment for both campaigns, but Leonard Kim is not as embarrassed because he is competitive and he won the states that he needed in order to remain competitive in the primary. So I definitely feel like it is very interesting to see how the presidential race is going to turn out, especially here with James Adele, the independent, on the ticket. We're going to actually take a look at that now and see how the map would look in a hypothetical scenario in which James Adele performed quite well on par with accordingly to what it says in the polling data. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. And who's the Democrat candidate?
So we are going to take a look right now. We're going to do Rainbow Dash, which seems to be the most par on here right now. And we're also going to take a look at Louis Amaya, who is the other candidate. So let's pull up that exit poll data. And let's take a look at that. General election. Let's pull up a scenario in which we have, here you go, Rainbow Dash versus Louis Amaya versus James Adele. We have 44 Rainbow Dash, 40 Louis Amaya, James Adele taking around 16% of the vote, with Rainbow Dash six points ahead. So let's create that map.
So wait a minute. James Adele actually takes more from Dash.
No, he takes more from Louis.
Well, the newer poll, I'm just basing it off like the two polls. If you can
No, but you
see,
want to take the average because people vote based on the averages. I always noticed that people vote based on the average, not how they vote in the moment.
oh,
You
well,
know what
I
I mean?
just said like the low because Dash was at 46 and like James Adele was at 15. Then when James got another point up, Rainbow Dash decreased, closing up the waste.
I guess, sure. We'll go with that then.
I love how you're not taking me serious. I'm okay with
Well,
it.
Well, I'm not saying I'm not taking it seriously, but I think that regardless, I don't think the margins here make too much of a difference.
hmm
It's only a
Yeah.
2% decrease, but then again, you might be right, because 2% does make a difference. So let's make the map. So let's make a map. Let's make two maps. Let's make a map where it's a little bit benefits Rainbow Dash by 2%. Let's make a map where it benefits Louis Amaya by 2%.
Okay.
Let's do that, okay? So let's do Rainbow Dash first. It benefits Rainbow Dash 2% more. Let's do this map first. So let's go with the states we know that she's most likely to win. I would probably say Wisconsin first. I will put that in the lean category.
Okay.
I will put, well, you're supposed to be telling me what you think too, you know.
Okay. I think Wisconsin would be tilt because it's the most Republican of the
Still, you
district.
still think it's tilt, even despite him being underwater by like almost 6 points or 8 points.
Well, I could say Wisconsin, no matter in any oath, I still think it would be tilt because it's like the most competitive
Okay.
in any universe.
All right.
in the
Let's
vote.
do Michigan.
I think likely it might be the most Democrat of them all.
Pennsylvania.
I think you should keep that as lean.
Okay. New Hampshire, I'm gonna put that as likely.
I think Nevada would be likely.
Okay, Maine second congressional district. I will probably put that tilt Republican. Hello?
Yeah. Back. Sorry. Yeah, I
Okay.
agree with that.
Nebraska second congressional district. I think that would be likely.
I think Texas
What?
would be I think Texas would be still lane, but like closer.
Okay.
But not
Okay.
too close.
Okay, hold on. Let's take a look back at the data. Okay, so we have here 6 points in favor of Dash. I feel like if you were to take that margin, you would capitulate that. I would say it would be in tilt category, only because it'll be within 2%.
Okay. I get it. Yeah.
It will cut through, it will eat through 6% margin at downside pattern 2020. And using the most recent polling data, which is 4%, I would probably say that it will be between 50 to 52. I think that would be the margin.
Okay. Yeah, I get it.
Okay, what about Florida? I think Florida will go Democrat in this instant because it flipped
Yeah.
3% almost towards the Republicans. In this scenario, it would go 1 point for the Democrats. So I think Florida would go tilt blue.
Yeah, and I think Arizona goes likely.
Nah, I feel like lean.
Oh yeah. I mean, I forgot. Those Republican areas, it's competitive, but not too like. Oh yeah, Leo said Tennessee's updated.
Okay, hold on. Let's finish this, and I'm gonna go see it. So Georgia, I think Georgia would be lean too.
Hmm.
Then North Carolina, I also will put into the tilt category.
Yeah, and even with the Lee endorsement, I still think North Carolina goes Democrat.
But in this instance as well, I feel like if this was the outcome, I also feel like Ohio will decrease into a lean state.
Well, it's not really a competitive area, though. It's not really a toss.
Well, technically it is. Remember, Donald Trump is on the ballot. Donald Trump is not on the ballot anymore.
Yeah, but like, even if you remove Trump, there's some states that would have went Democrat and kept Democrat if Trump never won in 2016, and that's
Okay, hold on.
those states are
Let's-
only 40.
Let's interject you for 1 second. Let's make this projection, and then we'll go back to what you were saying, just so we can get this in and out of the way.
Okay. It's the South. It's gonna go for Dash.
Yeah, as always.
Yeah, it makes sense. This is
It's funny too because Dash is still not leading the popular vote.
Well, it's only because of California, probably.
Yeah. Okay, let's take a look at the results here. Okay. We have Tennessee. It's actually kind of close. We have here Rainbow Dash win Tennessee with 40% of the popular vote with 32 delegates. To Leonard's Kim, 29 delegates and 36% of the popular vote, with Eleanor Templeton getting 12% of the popular vote with 2%. And I guess this is the time that Teddy Roosevelt actually woke up and decided to actually vote for himself for once and get 8% of the vote.
Dang.
Yeah, that's how embarrassment. I mean, really, you just decided to start voting for yourself now?
Yeah. And also Tennessee, I voted Leo.
Yeah. In Tennessee, for the Republican Party side, we have 50% of the popular vote, with 32 delegates going to Louis Amaya, with Jeffrey Lee 38.9%, with 24 delegates going to Jeffrey Lee, and Skylar Bennett getting 11.1% and getting 2 delegates out of the state of Tennessee. What I find to be really interesting as well is that Louis Amaya gets 50% in a lot of these states, which could be a key indicator that, hey, listen, even though Louis Amaya is winning these states, but he's sometimes only winning 50%, which means that if, let's say, those who voted Skylar started voting Jeffrey Lee, then Jeffrey Lee can be really competitive and really give Louis Amaya a run for his money. I don't know if the Republican primary is over yet.
It's probably after Super Tuesday at this point. It's a 500 delegate.
616. Yeah, you know what? You might be right. Maybe
You would have to. If he does bad,
maybe Lee could show a finish showing. Maybe that's what he could do. That's it.
yeah, the only thing he has to do is maybe win Texas. That's almost impossible at this point. But
Yeah.
if he somehow pulls that off, he could probably do a rebound. But that would probably never happen.
Okay, so let's go back to this. So now this is what we project for Rainbow Dash with 2%, going towards, Rainbow Dash benefiting Rainbow Dash. I will say 349 electoral votes for Rainbow Dash to Louis Amaya's 189 electoral votes. Now let's do the same map again, but let's make it 2% towards Louis Amaya. Did you hear what I said? Oh, no, you're asleep. Okay.
No, I'm not asleep.
Just wanted to ask.
I have no life. It would take longer for me to go to sleep.
Okay. Well, oopsie do. I'm messing with you. Okay, so let's go with the obvious states first. This is 2% more Republican for Louis Amaya, assuming that James Adele holds his margin and lead against both of these candidates. In the state of Texas here, I think I will put this in a likely column.
I agree. Yeah.
In the state of Florida, I think it will be in the likely column narrowly. It will be 2% more than what it was in 2020. It will put this at 5%. It will go into the likely column.
Yeah.
In the state
This
of
is
Georgia, that's an automatic flip. That is going lean for Louis Amaya. Arizona, lean Louis Amaya. What do you think? I think North Carolina is likely Louis Amaya.
Yeah, I agree with that. There's a lot of likelies.
Yeah. Because he's very well liked. Now, I think in Nevada, I think it's going to be the one of the narrowest races. It's going to be narrowly Rainbow Dash because Biden won it by 2.5%. It'll move 2% more Republican. It still goes by less than a half a percentage point to Rainbow Dash.
Yeah, it's gonna be close. Yeah, I agree. It's gonna go.
I would say
close.
I would put Nebraska's 2nd congressional district tilt.
I think lean would make more sense because it's a very Democrat area.
Okay, sure. All right, let's go with Maine's 2nd congressional district. I think that's just going to be automatic likely.
Yeah.
Now to come down to the Rust Belt states.
All Republican.
I think Wisconsin would mean in the likely column, the lean column. Michigan into
it voted heavily.
Column. I will probably say Pennsylvania in the lean column. This would be my map for Louis Amaya. It'll be 306 to 232, ironically somehow.
This is basically the 2024 map, basically, just without Nevada.
Wait, hold on. Wait. Is this the right map? Wait, hold on. How is these same states still turn out to 306 to 232?
That's actually crazy. You just have to flip Nevada. That's the presidential election. Without Trump winning Minnesota or Virginia, because Youngkin probably won't be the VP.
Yeah, it doesn't make any sense to me though. Like, how didn't they have a census change?
This is like 2024, right? You guys lose in 2024, 2020.
Yeah, but it makes no sense to me because it's 306 to 232.
Oh, you lose in 2024. You're not losing the 2021. Not 2021. 2020.
Let's just do this map. Let watch it. I promise you. Hold on. I promise you something. Right, watch. You ready? Look. This is the 2020 new census. There's no freaking way that this map is right. Hold on. Wait, what? Hold on, I gotta be tripping balls here.
No, you're not. It's the 2016.
No, but I remember vividly in my brain that the Republicans gained 2 or 3 electoral votes from the census change. And somehow we're experiencing some sort of Mandela effect. I remember it being 304. What?
Hey, Chris, Texas is open, so let's calm down about this effect, Mandela. You need to calm down about that. Texas is okay.
Am I the only one I remember it being like, oh, he went Texas.
Well, duh. Obviously.
That's big. That's big. Oh crap! What happened?
What you mean by that's fake?
What? It's big. It's a big state, and it has a lot of
Well,
delegates.
I thought you
Look
said
at that.
fake.
It's solid. Look at all that.
Well, Dash is from Texas, so
Yeah.
I voted
So
for Dash
Rainbow
only
Dash
because
wins 50% of
Texas.
the Rainbow Dash wins 50% of the popular vote with 146 delegates to Lenar's Kim's 33.3% with 96% of the popular vote. Should be 98 delegates. With Robert Flores, the Latino candidate, with 4.4% of the popular vote in the state of Texas. So Texas goes to Rainbow Dash. However, in the GOP side here in the state of Texas, we can now make the projection that Luis Amaya will win the state of Texas with 55.0% with 125 delegates going to him, and Jeffrey Lee winning 25% of the popular vote in the state of Texas with 36 delegates, with Skylar Bennett winning 20% of the popular vote in Texas right now. It looks like to me that the vote was 55 to 45 for Skylar's voters here. Right now, Luis Amaya has 741 delegates. He is very close to clinching the nomination. He's not going to clinch the nomination tonight, but nonetheless, he is ahead in the super delegate count total, whereas Rainbow Dash is ahead with 747 delegates to Lenar's Kim's 693 delegates. So,
This is crazy.
yeah. I mean, we already have Robert Flores, who's not even on the ballot anymore, like who's even campaigning. And somehow she's ahead in front of Eleanor.
No, that's just a thing because actually I know the goal is actually have fun in third place. I did not
now
know
let's-
that somehow the map would turn out to the presidential one.
It's crazy. I know. I didn't even know that. I mean, I still think that the Mandela effect. I gotta be tripping balls.
Oh, we probably too tired. Oh, it's
No.
probably
I remember vividly. Don't you worry. I see the number. Okay, so back in 2016 and 2015, I kept seeing the number 306, 232. Right, I kept seeing it repetitively on everything, including things that I pay for, my time, my angel numbers, 1111. I see that instead. And then come 2020, I see those numbers again. And guess what I see again this year?
Dang, that's happening 3 times in the same.
I see
Dang.
306, 232 continuously.
Just
Why?
flop and flop.
I feel like I'm cursed.
Nah, it's all of us because I remember like 2016 and 2020 was the same thing, just opposite.
Yep.
And
We can
now
have
it's
this
probably
here.
gonna
We can
happen
even
again.
have this on this channel. That'd be fucking. That would be bizarre.
And you know what's funny? If somehow Trump picks Youngkin, he could probably break that effect by winning Virginia because Youngkin helps him in Virginia.
Yeah. Well, let's see.
Winning Virginia,
Let's just make a hypothetical scenario here.
Youngkin becomes the vice president, which could possibly happen.
Okay, let's see what a hypothetical map would look like. I feel like Trump wouldn't win Arizona, so I'm not going to give it to him. But I will give Arizona to Biden by tilt. I will give Michigan tilt, Pennsylvania tilt.
Cole, but it's Youngkin as the vice president. That's gonna if Youngkin was the vice president, he would win Virginia. He's the most popular governor in Virginia as a Republican. Youngkin.
This would be the map.
I think Youngkin. What actually a YouTuber that actually watched does like videos, but he kind of did one about the VPs and showed which VP did it better in like which string states, and he had like Youngkin does like better in lot of the like Minnesota and like a lot of other stuff. Youngkin
So
doesn't
Blue Orby said that Youngkin didn't actually help in Virginia because he felt that people win the state house and the Senate, which is true. And so did Kobe. I still think I agree with them 100% on that logic here. Well, let me see what happened.
Yeah, but I
So,
still
like, if
think
that was the case,
I
it would be
just
271 to 267. The Democrats would still win.
hey, you want to know my prediction? Just
What?
without Trump's vice president, the toss-up states are obviously Texas is not a toss-up state. If the presidential, that's not a toss-up state. If we're doing a normal prediction for mine, like a normal presidential prediction, I would have Minnesota up there as a toss-up.
Well, here's you have a toss up, okay. So what would
That-
your map look like?
The real life map and what I think is
Go,
for the
go
presidential.
Minnesota. Just don't give me an explanation. Just tell me what you think Minnesota likely, lean, safe.
I think tilt. It's
Tilt for
just
what? You gotta tell me what party. You can't just tell me tilt.
still Democrat because only it's shifting and it's probably gonna be another close one, kind of like 2016.
Okay.
But like
So here's what you're gonna do. Here's what you're gonna do. You're not gonna give any of us an explanation. You're just gonna tell us and then you explain it.
okay.
Cause I don't think I have the energy in me to listen to you explain each one. You could just explain it all together after. Wisconsin.
Okay. That's lean Republican. I'm gonna say the party.
Okay, with Michigan.
Think a lot of them votes together because Wisconsin and Michigan votes together, so I believe lean Michigan because also Gaza is another factor. Pennsylvania,
Virginia.
Virginia. I think lean Biden without any VP
North Carolina.
likely
What?
Republican, of course.
Okay, Georgia.
Likely. They are just way too gone for the
Florida.
Democrats. Well, I believe lean.
Texas.
Texas is lean.
Okay. Nebraska second.
That's Democrat likely.
Okay. The Maine second.
That's likely Republican. It's just
Okay, Nevada.
That's likely Republican.
Okay, Arizona.
I believe it would be a close one, and I think that would be tilt Republican.
Pennsylvania.
Tilt Republican, because that's like that's a like I think that's the most Democrat area in the West Belt. Not kind of, but like Pennsylvania has like Philadelphia.
So
So
Blue Orby and Kobe, put all your states and toss that map of what you think each state is gonna go, and I'll make your map for you. What you think the 2024 map is gonna look like, just between Biden and Trump. So you guys make those states. Okay, so this is you. This is what your map is for the presidential. Let me make mine.
yeah. I think
You're
really
fine.
I think really Michigan won't go Democratic because remember they have a lot of the uncommitted voters. Those probably won't go for Biden. Those are Gaza people. The people that supported
Yeah,
Gaza.
but it outweighs the people who voted against Trump in Michigan. I would say Michigan is tilt. In Wisconsin, I would say that's lean. For Pennsylvania, I'm gonna put that as toss. I think Pennsylvania's a toss up. For Republican, they win Maine second, lean. For Minnesota, I will put that as lean Minnesota. For Texas, though, I'm gonna put it as lean Texas, but narrowly it's gonna like be just outside the margin to make it into likely, so it goes into the lean. For Florida, though, I will put that into the lean category. As for North Carolina, I'm gonna say that is tilt. As for Arizona, I'm gonna put that into the tilt column for Democrats. However, Nevada is gonna go Republican tilt. Georgia is gonna go Republican tilt. And Democrats win Pennsylvania tilt. And then Nebraska's second lean. So it'll be 281 to 257.
Wisconsin is more Democrat than Michigan,
Excuse
which is
me?
odd. Well, Wisconsin's the most Republican of the Rust Belt, and you have
Yeah, but you also got to take into the fact that that I feel like Wisconsin is going to vote to the left of Michigan this time because those people who are angry at Biden are going to vote against Biden, where there's not as many people who are concerned about those issues in Wisconsin, and therefore they're going to vote a little bit more in favor of Biden than someone in the state of Michigan.
Well, see, I get it. Well, like, you have to remember, like, the uncommitted option kind of told us, like, what state would probably be the most closest. And that's why LCP has, like, Virginia, Minnesota toss-up. Well,
Right.
Minnesota had a big uncommitted thing, and same with Michigan. They obviously should be toss-up.
So we have another projection in the state of Utah tonight. We can make a projection that Illinois can have won the state of Utah with 45.8% at the popular vote with 18 delegates to Rainbow Dash 29.2% with 11 delegates, with Ebner actually gaining a delegate tonight with 12.5% of the popular vote. That is also very surprising to say, none the least. This is the vote count in Utah. So we're going to go up and see what the overall vote tally is tonight. And Illinois Campbell's still behind, but the popular vote is very, very close nonetheless. Very close. At least, it's interesting that, Illinois Campbell is able to at least win 3 states tonight. So he's not a loser compared to Nikki Haley. However, the big loser tonight is definitely going to be Jeffrey Lee. Without 100%, without a doubt, Jeffrey Lee is a loser tonight. Certainly. Because you look at here and look at the result, it is 60% lopsided for Louis Amaya winning all 40 delegates, to Jeffrey Lee 30, and 10% going to Skylar Bennett in the state of Utah. That is shocking results right there. But nonetheless, it's helping Louis Amaya get any closer to winning the Republican nomination.
But the next state is, I must say, maybe one of the top 5 most liberal states of all time, Vermont. Well, the people who vote, it looks like it's a Republican area. It has the white population. It looks Republican, but it's not. It's the
Right.
way opposite. But they elect a Republican governor, kind of like Maryland, and just think, we kind of toss up. No. But I think Lee wins Vermont. That'll probably be his only victory.
Right. So let's take a look at what some of these Kobe's prediction is. Kobe thinks Minnesota tilt Biden. Okay. So you think Minnesota tilt. Okay. Wisconsin tilt. Oops. Crap. Hold on. Oops. Okay. He says here, Trump, Michigan tilt. Okay. Interesting. Okay. Pennsylvania tossed up. Okay. Virginia lean Biden. Okay. North Carolina tilt Trump. Okay. So we're getting some weird maps here. Okay. Hold on. Hold on. Georgia tilt Trump. Okay, Florida lean Trump. Okay, interesting. Let's see. He says here Texas lean Trump, Arizona toss up. Okay, Nevada tilt Biden. He doesn't say anything, so I'm just gonna assume he's gonna go with our traditional prediction. I'll make this likely, and we'll make this likely as well. So we'll put the Republicans at 266, to Democrats 242. The Democrats need to win Arizona and Pennsylvania, whereas the Republicans just to win one of the states, according to Kobe Hawthorne's prediction.
He said Pennsylvania Biden.
So
he has
he projects that Joe Biden will win 261 electoral votes to Donald Trump 277 electoral votes. So he's projected Donald Trump will win the nomination and win the presidency. That's interesting. Let's take a look and try Richard Orby's now. Let's see what her map is, or his map. Let's see. Okay. Okay, so he has Minnesota lean blue. Okay, so that seemed to be on par with what Orby said. Okay, Wisconsin tilt blue. Okay, Michigan lean blue. Okay, Pennsylvania lean blue. So that goes to presidency right there. Okay, Nebraska second lean blue. Okay. Maine second tilt red.
Okay, that's kind of off.
Yeah. Georgia tilt red. Okay. Maine second tilt red. What's it? Okay, North Carolina tilt blue. Interesting. Okay, I guess I know when you're freaking out when you make that noise. I don't know if you realize that, but that's how I know you're freaking out.
Yeah, I think you kind of know that from the midtones.
Oh yeah, I know that all right. You also make those noise when I threaten you with Christina.
Yeah, that too. And
Florida goes lean red for me. Okay. Okay. Virginia lean blue. This looks like a cursed map.
it is North Carolina going Democrat. I think this is too biased.
Okay, do mine next. Here, you got it right. Okay, but you didn't even say Texas or Nevada.
I think no, I know Obi. Obi said Texas was tilt Republican. I remember because he said that.
Yeah, but he should have said it again. I don't see it. He
At
said
1
Nevada
a.m.,
tilt blue.
1:51, Texas is tilt red for me.
Okay, he did red tilt. Okay. Oops, crap. Okay, so his total map is 300 Democrats, Joe Biden, 303 electoral votes, 2 Republican, 235 electoral votes. This was what I was talking about.
It's biased.
Oh, this is the percentage. Okay, that makes more sense now.
I think this is like the most biased map I ever seen.
No, but hold on.
not
How this doesn't make any sense?
North Carolina would never go Democrat.
No, it's not that. Something feels trippy.
No, I think the only thing that's off is maybe Maine second tilt, and also Texas.
So really, it's 2016 again. This is what I'm saying, right? Oh, I see. That's where I got it from. 303, 235. So if Arizona and Georgia was won by Joe Biden, it wouldn't be the same map. in the same electoral college vote. That makes sense now. Okay, that's why I picked that. Okay. But you want to be really weird too if you just had to say Georgia, right? North Carolina goes blue, but then you had a scenario where Wisconsin goes red, Michigan goes red, Pennsylvania goes red.
Vermont's updated. Virginia's last. Guys, my prediction is Leo's probably gonna win the Democrat, and Lee's gonna probably win the Republican. To be honest.
Yes.
Well, I think my prediction's all good. I'm happy
So in
about that.
Nevada, and no, hold on, in the state of Vermont, Lenard can win Vermont 47.4% of the popular vote in Vermont. He wins 8 delegates to Rainbow Dash 26.3% with 5 delegates, with Eleanor Templeton winning 15.8% with 3 delegates in the state of Vermont. When it comes to the state of Georgia, in the state of Vermont for the Republicans, I don't know what's happening right here, but we can make the projection here that in the state of Vermont, Jeffrey Lee will win the state of Vermont with 56.3% of the popular vote with 17 delegates to Louisa Myers 37.5%. That just kind of looks very similar to Nikki Haley. That seemed to be his second state tonight. It might be his only state tonight. What an embarrassment.
He only got 2 states, Colorado, Vermont. Did trash in North Carolina.
Let's
He's
take a look at
probably
Vermont.
Oh, Vermont, he did better than Nikki Haley.
So Donald Trump got 45, Nikki Haley got 50.2%. Let's take a look. He got 56. Yeah, so he did better than Donald Trump. Yeah. Not by much, but he did good.
This is so embarrassment. The next state we would ever see him win is probably DC.
Yeah, that's an embarrassment for the Lee campaign. This is terrible.
I think he should never win again if he really, to be honest, because last time he won, he had a good chance, but it looks like now he won for a second time. Not a lot of people elect him. Oh, third time, I never know because I forgot about 2020. But I think the more you won, less so people want to vote for you, and we can see that with Lee's case, barely getting even enough votes. And you can kind of see that with Leo, but not too much.
Yeah. You know what's really interesting too? Do you believe that, having somebody on your VP nominee as someone who was corrupt and somebody who's kind of aggressive and kind of like a attack dog, so to speak, might be actually hurting Jeffrey Lee's image?
No, it's probably no. Because what Lee did was thinking, if I put a very popular figure, Jimmy Connell, on my VP pick, I would probably win. That didn't happen, but it didn't really mostly
Well,
stop
it didn't happen the first time. I mean, let's look at 2024. Let's look at that map. Let's look at Jeffrey Lee then. Jeffrey Lee did better this time around, but still only got 24.7% of the popular vote on average in the Republican presidential primary. You look at the primary here for the Republican for him, he's only overperforming by a little bit. He's still underperforming well underperforming compared to Louis Amaya, who's overperforming for any Republican.
Yeah, I think Lewis is really the next Trump candidate.
Yeah, because look, Donald Reagan, the vice president of Jeffrey Lee, he got 36% of the popular vote in the Republican primary in 2020. You go through it in 2024, Skylar B. Bennett gets 36.8%. Either way, they're kind of on par. They both lost the election by an astounding margin. If the two split, there's party anger shift, if you know what I mean. When you look at the Democrats, though, and you do the Democratic margin, in 2020, it looks on par with what you would expect for the Republican back in 2020 and 2024. So if this holds true, I would probably say, based on the trend line for the Republican, that this could be very well possible and be indicating that the Democrats are on track to lose the election to the Republicans.
Yeah. Leo said this took me 3 hours. Imagine how long the general election would take me.
I know. Leo, I think what you should do for the general election, I think you should do and take my advice, have people vote, and then we wait. And you just, take time out of your day when you can and just make the data, make the results. So when it comes to the day that we do the live stream, you can just upload them every 15, 20 minutes. No problem. And you already have the data already set and ready to go. You just have to make it public. I think that would be easy on him because the workload is not there. He already did the graph, he did everything, but he puts them on a separate private spreadsheet, and he'll just copy and paste and just put that there. It'll be a lot easier on him. You know what I mean? At least I think it will be. But that's what I did. I did the data, I made all the data, I put everything, and then I just made the projection during the midterm just like that. So I had less I had to do. I think he should do the same thing. Yeah, calculator will be ready by Saturday. I don't think you should look at the Electoral College, though, Leo. I don't think you should do that because that kind of spoils the fun for you. I think you should just kind of know like who wins what state, and then go from there. Like, also, I think you should just make it easy. We know who's gonna win the solid state. So if we know who's gonna win the solid state just stay to make people happy, so to speak. You should just release the data for the solid state. Then for the toss-up state or the swing state, wait till Saturday or Sunday. You know what I mean?
We said the last state is Virgins.
What?
Look, he fixed it. The last state is Virginia. But he said the last state is Virgins.
Yeah.
He misspelled Virginia.
Yeah, the last one is Virginia. So let's go back to this. Let's take a look at Lewis and what we think the map will look like if Lewis versus Leo.
I think this would be a landslide.
Okay. Let's not get too far ahead of ourselves here now, shall we? Okay, so let's take a look at the margin. Oops, that's my margin. Hold on. Okay, so between a mashup between Lenard, Kim, Lewis, and Maya, we also have to take into account third-party turnout. I mean, I think at this point we should include James Adele because he's in the 20s and he possibly could win a state. What do you think?
I think we should include him. He could win a state.
Yeah. Oh shit! What just happened?
Wait, actually, technically, an independent can win with 24% of the vote. I hold that.
But they could win, right?
Technically, in real life, you only need 20-something% to actually win the presidency.
Oh.
I remember that. So if it's based on real life, that really the independent only needs 20-something to win the presidential. So it could make it competitive, but independents really don't win.
You don't know who's gonna win, yeah.
Oh yeah, but most likely most of the votes will split away and say, I don't like this candidate, but I don't want this person to win, so I'm obviously gonna vote for my party. That could just happen, like real life.
Right. Okay, so let's take a look. Let's take a look here. So we have Lewis and Maya ahead. Let me just get rid of this other tab you don't need. So let's put James Adele in here because we need James Adele. We're just gonna add in a random candidate. We'll give him purple. I feel like purple is a color because I feel like purple is going to be necessary because it's kind of like a mix between all three parties, which is basically what he is.
Mm.
Okay, so now let's take a look. So I think his best state would be to flip the state of Maine second. What do you think?
Yeah, that's literally the only state independents do well
And
in.
what about Nebraska second?
I'll give it to the Democrats. Okay.
I'll probably put that into tilt though.
Yeah, but like the most state that would most likely go to an independent and like everything would probably be Maine.
I will probably move New Hampshire down to a tilt.
Yeah.
I would say Connecticut and New Jersey move into a lean. Oregon, I feel like the Republican could flip Oregon because the vote would be split in Oregon.
Yes, but I think it would still be like maybe still for the Democrats.
But it was very competitive in 2000, 2004. Only recently it had to be competitive because of Barack Obama.
Well, that's almost a lot of states now. If you actually see, New York was actually starting to be competitive.
For what one?
New York, it was after 9/11, it was starting to be competitive for the Republicans to win.
Yeah.
But then
So I'll
Obama.
probably move down Oregon down into a lean. I'll probably move Washington into a likely. New York into a likely. I would
Delaware,
say he
likely.
also could win New Rhode Island because they have a very high independent registered voters.
But like, there's some states that will never probably go lean in probably my lifetime, which is Illinois.
Right.
To be
Okay,
fair,
so
no.
let's go into. Let's try Florida with looking at the data here and looking at the results with the exit polling data with Louis Amaya versus Lenard Kim and James Adele at 27. Do you think James could pull off an upset in Florida?
I don't think James could win. Florida. The only other state I think he can win is Texas, but I think he just spoils it for the Democrats and is lean for it. Yeah, I believe it would be lean Republican, Florida.
Yeah, I feel like that too. I feel like it'll stay lean. However, because James Adele is from the state of Texas and Texas is competitive, I think it's possible in a very strange scenario where James Adele could narrowly win Texas.
I think it would have to be like the closest race in Texas in history for that to be possible. I think it would be very tilt. Like it would be closer than Florida and the
It will
election.
be like the margin that you had in the governor's race.
For Texas, I had it going Republican. But like
No, I'm talking about like between James Adele performing 27% popular wise.
Oh, he didn't do well, I think. He did kind of well in Texas, but not too much.
No, I'm not saying in the governor's race. I'm saying in the presidential. It's
Oh.
entirely different demographic. People who vote in the governor's race don't always vote the same when it comes to the presidential.
I think it will go to Republican by tilt.
Okay. I feel like he could make inroad with the heavily Democratic areas where there's a high Black turnout. I feel like because he's a civil rights lawyer and he is a Supreme Court judge, I do feel like he's able to make inroad when it comes to civil rights, and I feel like that's going to drive out Black turnout. So I feel like he might be able to win like a seat like Georgia narrowly.
Yeah, I get that.
And maybe like a state
But
like
you could lose
Michigan,
at
where
least
they have a high Black turnout.
You could say that with Virginia, New York, California, and Illinois, because
Yeah,
all of them.
actually, it's possible that the Democrats could lose California and New York in a hypothetical scenario if he's able to cut into the margin and the deficit that the Democrats normally have. Just say like people who say, "Oh, well, my state's never going to go Democrat, but I'll still vote for who I want, so I'll vote for James Adele." And before you know it, it flipped James Adele because not one person thinking that, multiple people are thinking that.
And I think if James Adele does good in like the main areas that a lot of black turnout happens, New York, Virginia, Illinois, and California, the only thing he's gonna do in California is making it likely, and that's it. It's never going more than lean or likely because California is way gone. But I get like Virginia being like competitive more. But like Illinois will stay lean, and New York could be lean if you crack in New York City. You only have to do very well in upstate. There's two ways: do good in New York City, or just win all of upstate.
Right.
And most of the people, that's why New York's not very contested, because both parties have them things. Republicans have upstate, and then New York City's for the Democrats. But if you have like a third party who could actually take away like James Adele, I think maybe New York could be lean on a good day for James.
Yeah. And I feel like if he went in these states, I feel like he'll be able to flip by likely margin New Hampshire.
Yeah, that's another state that most would be independent friendly.
Maybe Maine and would still Maine's first district going safe for Biden. I mean safe for Rainbow.
I think North Carolina would be tilt Republican because Lee could just endorse like James Adele and just screw and mess up Lewis's campaign in North Carolina.
So hold on, you say lean? You mean tilt Republican or tilt
Republican? I still think it doesn't make a difference. Because Lee didn't do well in North Carolina, but I still think it has like a margin shift.
Right. What about Wisconsin?
I think that's gonna go Republican by
I say lean.
Yeah, lean. Because it's like the most Republican of the Rust Belt. And the Democrats would be divided.
I would say Arizona would go likely for Lewis, because Lewis is kind of like a calm candidate, not like MAGA. If he moved more MAGA, then I could see him losing the state of Arizona.
Yeah. Nevada.
I feel like they hate both parties and they would opt for a third party.
Nevada, yes, but like they also try to keep away independents from getting on the ballot too.
So then let's put tilt blue. Let's put tilt Kim.
Yeah.
So the total map so far, we have Democrat 216 to Republican 255 to James Adele 67 electoral votes. So he's doing quite well as a third party, but not anywhere near where he needs to be in order to advance into a runoff.
You know what could happen?
Orby said he believed that New Hampshire, North Carolina should be tilt.
I could see that if Lee, and a lot of people from North Carolina support.
I don't think anyone really. I don't think Lee would personally endorse James Adele. I think if he endorsed Lewis, I think it's gonna hurt Lewis more because of Jeffrey Lee's negative connotation that comes with his Brandon.
Yeah, but like that, you can't really control an endorsement at some point.
Right. So now we have these states, right? Minnesota, Michigan, Pennsylvania, North Carolina, Georgia, New Hampshire, Maine second, and Maine at large. it's all up for grabs because those states have winner take all, and because James Adele didn't get the required electoral vote count to advance into a runoff, it's now between Leonard Kim versus Louis Amaya. Those who voted for James Adele will probably end up voting for Louis Amaya just on a normal thing. I think that's how they normally vote because they would not pick Leo. I can tell you that. So
Yeah.
I'm gonna say likely for New Hampshire. I would say safe for Maine second. Likely for Maine at large. I would put Pennsylvania likely because it went Republican before. It's probably going to keep that identity again this time around. North Carolina, I'm going to say it's going to be likely. Georgia, I would say, what's it call it? It's, I want to say lean still. I feel like it's still lean. Michigan, I would say is so likely. And Minnesota, I will put as likely as well.
It would be a landslide.
That's not a landslide, honey.
Well, kind.
That's a modern
not
landslide.
modern landslide, yeah. Because
Yeah,
the
but when
landslide's like
we also have to adjust the other margins as well. Like Kansas will go red, like complete red. Ohio will go safe red. Texas will go likely. Florida will go likely. I will actually put Nevada. I will flip Nevada. I will flip it into the lean category.
I could say Utah changes.
Yeah, you're right. I could see that, yeah. I will also flip Nebraska second. I think it would be likely.
Yeah.
I would tilt Illinois. I would tilt Colorado, and Virginia, and New Jersey. Because
what about New York? I think New York would shift.
What?
I think New York would shift.
What?
I think New York would shift a little if James voters went differently.
Yeah, I feel that. Also, I feel like Connecticut could be like a sleeper one. I'm gonna put it lean still, and I also feel like Hawaii would likely go lean too. I feel like this would be the map. It would be 329 to Leonard Kim 209. This would be the landslide type scenario where he's able to do very well and able to narrow up the margin. I think he has a shot at winning New Jersey in a scenario like this.
And also have a shot of winning Virginia, Illinois, Colorado, and Oregon. If he won all that, it would probably look like a landslide.
Yeah, like if he were to say he was to win this, right? Let's say these states start become safe, right? Not that they would. Hold on. I don't think they would, but if they moved a couple percentages more to the right or towards Louis Amaya, we could be looking at a scenario like this. Hold on.
It could look like a 1984.
Yeah.
Just with the Republican winning Minnesota.
Yeah. I think in this aspect, I think Maine's first congressional district would move into a lean. I think the Republicans would be able to flip Connecticut by tilt. He'd definitely be able to win New Jersey by like a lean. Same thing for Virginia. I think it would be like a tilt for Virginia, tilt for Illinois. I think it will be a lean for Colorado and a tilt for Oregon.
I think
that would be 400 electoral votes to the Democrats, 138 electoral votes. That would be a lopsided landslide for Louis Amaya against Kim.
And I could see New York maybe going because it kind of follows New Jersey a little. Because if you actually see the margin,
it'll be lean.
Yeah, it's more Democrat than New Jersey because New Jersey is more competitive. But like New York, it has like it's basically brothers.
Yeah.
The state's
But
a family.
But if we were to actually follow the actual metric that, just say with actual swing states in real life, we would actually see the actual results. You know what I mean?
Mm,
We would actually see a scenario where it's, New York goes red, but New Jersey stays blue. You know what I mean? If it actually follow the way things actually works in the server and Leo kept it the way it was, New York will be red. No problem. But in this outcome, because Leo decided to make it realistic, that's not going to happen. So we
yeah.
can make a projection in the state of Virginia. Right now, we can project that Rainbow Dash has won the state of Virginia with 46.2% of the popular vote and won 61 delegates to Illinois Cam's 26.9% with 36% of the popular vote. 36% of the delegates with Teddy Roosevelt gaining 2 delegates. So I guess you remembered to actually vote.
That's surprising.
Yeah. So sad though.
Crazy.
But
Yeah.
looking at Virginia, no
Let's see the
surprise here.
Republicans.
Clean sweep again for Lewis and Meyer. It is so close though. In the state of Virginia, Lewis and Meyer won 41.2% with 8 delegates to Jeffrey Lee. Oh, hold on, it's not up. It's still updating. With Jeffrey Lee right now trailing with 35.3% with 4% of the delegates reporting. And Skylar beat Bannon at 23.5% with 3 delegates. There's only 15 delegates out of 48 reporting. We're still going to be waiting on the rest of that data to come in. So we're going to wait on that.
Okay. So Lewis got 10 out of Virginia.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, I mean, he could lose Virginia. It's 100% reporting, but the delegate count is not complete yet.
Yeah.
I mean, I think B really overperformed expectations, I think.
Yeah, I think that is B shouldn't have dropped out, and I want to see the Discord now.
Yeah.
We should show the Discord and see what's happening. But if we did, I don't know. Like the Discord probably would be I don't know how B's reacting.
Yeah. Well, that's interesting too because the Republican primary can end early because they only need 1,200 in order to win the primary, the delegate count for the Democratic primary. You need almost 2,000. That's a big difference.
Yeah, so it's gonna. Yeah, we're probably gonna have Democrats are gonna have a longer primary than the Republicans, and yeah, I'm gonna check the Discord to see if everything's okay.
Yeah.
In campaigning.
Yeah, because I know that right now Dash so far won 718 delegates, 50% of the popular vote for Super Tuesday, whereas Lenard Cam won 634 delegates with 46% of the popular vote, with Templeton winning 29 delegates for Super Tuesday and 2% of the popular vote, with Roosevelt winning 2 delegates with 0% of the popular vote, and Evan winning 1 delegate and winning 0% of the popular vote.
Hey, the forwarding goal, in campaigning, she basically said Super Tuesday results went exactly as planned for them.
Who said that?
Which the person who's now in 3rd place.
Huh.
Which is in campaigning, it's an entire mix of stuff.
We're gonna wait
see
on
how,
we're gonna wait on Leo to finish up because he's still finishing the rest of those. Actually, let me reset this. How do you clear this? Clear. We want to clearly say we want to do it again. Solid states only. Solid and
she
not
wouldn't
solid.
drop out.
What?
Emilio Akin Templin said she wouldn't drop out.
She's not dropping out.
Yeah.
Okay. Why you seem so sad about that?
Nah, I'm not upset. I'm just my tired voice. I'm slowly my entire thing is slowly going crazy, but
I know. I want to go to sleep as much as you do. I feel very exhausted. I've done a 6-hour live stream, and this is not as long as it's supposed to be. I would like to be in bed right now with my eyes shut, but that's not happening.
well, my dad's very angry, so I had to scream at him. So I'm probably not gonna lose the laptop tomorrow. So that's
Oh no! Wait, why is she mad?
Well, I'm not expected to stay up all the way to 1 a.m. or almost 3 a.m. now. On a normal day, at best like 2 a.m. and a good night.
Yeah, I agree with you. I mean, like, honestly, I didn't expect it. Like, my parents asked me, "Oh, how long you gonna be on?" I'm like, "Oh, probably at least 2 hours." Yeah, no. I mean, honestly, my parents are gonna get pissed off. I'm gonna have to take care of my puppies, and this is a lot longer than it's supposed to be.
Yeah.
Way
I have
longer.
to wait for my dad screams on the mic because it's too basically 2:30. So basically gonna leave so my dad doesn't get even more upset. So see ya, Chris, and probably see
Have a
you
good
on
night.
Discord.
Thank you again.
Yeah, thanks.
Bye. We're gonna update Virginia, then I'm gonna get some shut eye. I'm tired and exhausted. Oh my god. Can't wait to go to sleep. But maybe I might cut myself some cheddar cheese and I don't want to wait for this delegate count. I'm just gonna go to bed. Anyway, guys, I am not gonna wait. Yeah, I do have hearing aids. I don't really want to wait for the results. Oh, taking a lot longer. Should I wait for the results? I really don't want to wait. I just want to go to bed. I think Leo, honestly, if I had more people here and a more interactive like conversation, I feel like it will keep us all awake. But because it's just a few of us talking, or just Billy, me, and Owen, it just really drains you. You know what I mean? Yeah, I know. I should go to bed, but I want to make sure that everybody's able to get the result. I mean, this is almost like a 5-hour live stream. Leo, when is it going to be uploaded? I just want to go to sleep. Like, my eyes feel like so tired. I just really don't want to fall asleep on the live stream because that would be so embarrassing. Yeah, next time gotta be on a weekend. Yeah, weekend only. I think weekend. Yeah, weekend gotta be a weekend. Yeah. I mean, please, just for the life of God, just put it on a weekend. I mean, don't get me wrong. It's nice to have it on a Super Tuesday, on an actual Tuesday. Don't get me wrong with that. But I feel like a weekend is just better. I feel like people have more time. You have more time. I have time. It just makes it easier on everything. So, what do you guys think of Owen? Now that Owen's not here, what do you guys think of Owen as somebody who was in the live chat? Like, what are your thoughts on him? Like, in terms of how he is, in terms of like not making fun of him, but like, what do you think of him as like a live stream helper, so to speak? Because like he was in the live stream for like 2 live streams so far in terms of election I covered. Yeah, I think he's good company. Yeah, absolutely. Although he does interrupt, he's definitely gotten a lot better. You think I was a little harsh with him? I hope I wasn't. Yeah, keep the conversation going. Honestly, thank God. Yeah, thank God for him. That's why I was like hoping he was there because I know like Rainbow Dash, if Rainbow Dash was in the live stream, it'll be complete silent. Because like every time I talk to him or whatnot, it's just silent. Like even he butt dials me and he's so silent. I'm like, yo, you okay? And he's like imagine like he's in a movie called the Stream movie, and like Stream called him and he picks up, and the guy's like, "What's your favorite scary movie?" And he just goes, and then he just hangs up. The guy's like, "The hell?" Then he called again. He's like, "Yo, what's your favorite scary movie?" And you hear like My Little Pony playing in the background. Hi everybody, welcome to My Little Pony. Let's listen to My Little Pony, like that. I don't know what I'm doing right now. I'm on what to call it, like late night high. My brain is just not functioning as intended at all. Let's see, has the results been updated? I mean, honestly though, I feel like the result was shocking. I definitely say there were some surprises that was in store. Yeah. I definitely say there were surprises. Yeah, I'm high on sleep, honey. Yeah, oh yeah, I am high on sleep. That is right. All right. Well, I guess everybody else can just look at the data at another time. Just go into the live stream description. You can just look at the data there. I'm gonna call it a good night. I purposely saved my DM campaigning for California. Yeah, and you won. Yeah, it worked. California definitely worked for that, but I definitely think it hurt you in the long run. I think. Well, I mean, let's take a look. Let's take a look at your data here. I mean, California, I had like a gut feeling you were gonna win that, but let's see. You won California, won Utah, you won Colorado. That was just surprising. I thought you were gonna win Virginia for real. Honestly, I think Vermont is not surprising, but I think Virginia would have been nice to see for you. You know what I mean? I definitely think Virginia was definitely one of your go-to. I think California actually saved your campaign. Now that I think about it, I think California helped save the campaign because you were able to basically match Dash. Because Dash swept every state almost, but you were able to make up the margin with California. The question is, can you repeat that? Can you repeat that in Florida? Can you repeat that in New York? Can you do that in Illinois, Ohio, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, Washington, Arizona? You know, those are things that we gotta start considering is whether or not you have a pathway. You know, I think your best pathway is actually on the West Coast here. I think Washington, Oregon, Arizona, New Mexico, Wyoming, Montana, Idaho, you know, the Great Plains, maybe some of the Rust Belt states, or maybe target like a state like Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, and Ohio, maybe Illinois too. I feel like those states are going to be your best states to win. I feel like this corridor here, the Rust Belt corridor, and the Pacific and mountain states here are going to be your best bet. You're going to do terrible in the South. I mean, anything where there's a horse and a pony and cowboys, they're just going to do terrible. I mean, My Little Pony, for God's sake. These people are riding horses left and right. You might not even win the Great Plains. You might win like Montana, Idaho, and Wyoming, and the left way to bat. But I don't even know if they have enough delegates to be able to put you in a competitive competition. So you need to really go and fight for Florida. I think Florida, if I recall correctly, has a high delegate count. I think like 100 or something. Yeah, the South is definitely your weak spot, 100%. Yeah, the South is definitely your weak spot, especially for Florida. Even I think that's going to be your go-to. You need to go to Florida, and once you find Florida, you'll be able to kind of like turn that narrative. Say, hey, listen, I might do terrible in the South, but Florida, look at Florida. I won Florida, people. That's important. You know what I mean? I think Florida is going to be a go-to. Maybe Georgia. Georgia and Florida would be your best bet. Yeah, I think Georgia and Florida are your best bet for winning the South. I think those two will have enough delegates here, and then maybe some states in the Rust Belt, the Pacific states, and then maybe New York. But that's even if it gets to that point. You need to be able to win the early states as much as you can. My throat is killing me. Oh my God. How do you think tonight went? I mean, like, for you and everything. I feel like it was just a terrible day for you because I feel like with the heat and you probably weren't working, you probably very exhausted when you came home. I don't think it was a good day to do it. You know what I mean? I wasn't even sure if I was gonna make it here on time. I was actually afraid that I wasn't gonna be able to show up for the live, if you know what I mean. I'm glad you were able to do it. Don't get me wrong. But damn, this is like mashing the level of what's it call it? The midterms. Actually, I'm wondering now. I want to have to check up and find out what's it called? How long the midterm video is. I think the midterm video was like 5 hours and 40 something minutes. Was it crazy? Even let's see. Through my channel, let's see. Yeah, so the midterm. Okay, the midterm was 5 hours and 45 minutes. So well under. We're gonna be well under. So not that crazy. Yeah, I want to go to bed too. Don't get me wrong. I mean, I definitely think the Super Tuesday was definitely a cool idea. Don't get me wrong. I definitely love that idea. I definitely think it's something that we need to pursue more. I think it adds more to the verbosity of the event itself, and it makes it more interactive and more of a fun experience. At least now we know, like, going into the general election, it has to be on a weekend. Like, it cannot be on what's it call it? On a weekday, so to speak. Even if it's summer, it does not apply. And we also need to make sure that people aren't going on vacation that week. That definitely does shake up a lot of things. And I mean, it'd be interesting to see. I mean, one factor that would be really interesting to see is vacation. Does vacation affect who becomes president? Because if people are going on vacation, that affects turnout. Turnout affects who wins. So that will be interesting to see. I definitely was surprised that we were as competitive as we were in the Super Tuesday. I definitely thought that was definitely interesting. I definitely thought that was worth the wait. I think if people saw the results early, I think that would have changed how the race would have went. Because people would have stated the fact, okay, oh look, I lost this state, but I need to increase turnout and increase people to get them to vote. You know what I mean? And I feel like because we did it this way, it made it so that people don't know what the actual turnout result is. Just like Nikki Haley and Donald Trump didn't know what the results was going to be until the day of Super Tuesday. Right? This made it look more hyper-realistic and more in line with what you would expect. You know? That's kind of like why I think this was a really good way to do it. That's why I said, oh, that's just a good idea. I'm surprised I never thought of it before. You know what I mean? Because I guess I was so used to us just releasing the results like every single night that it just never fazed me that this was a probability or a possibility. And I think the way that I came up with that idea in the midterm of just having people wait for the results because it makes it more exciting, it makes it more interactive. I definitely think it definitely adds to that excitement and more of that engagement. People like, oh, who's gonna win? It adds to that verbosity. And I definitely think that a lot of people give up way too easily, and that kind of like pisses me off. But like you see tonight, a lot of them, like, did quite well. I gotta say, a lot of them did quite well in the races, I would say. And I think that if they dropped out, then they really would have lost a lot of their momentum. But they had the momentum. Like Skylar had the momentum, but also gave up a lot of times. Didn't even vote for himself. Which I thought that was an embarrassment in itself. Like, dude, get out and vote for yourself. Like, that's the least you can do. But I think the person who had it easier and had it better and was like, I thought would perform better would be Teddy Roosevelt. I was actually surprised how he just didn't even try. You know what I mean? He didn't even get out there. He didn't even vote for himself. And I found that to be really interesting. And what is going on with you? Like, why are you not going out and voting for yourself? You know how important it is. You want to be taken seriously. He told other people that he wanted to be like recognized. He wanted to be name recognition. You can't have name recognition if you don't even think or even want to vote for yourself. Like, what makes people vote for you if you're not even voting for yourself? Exactly. Roosevelt won 2 delegates, and that's it. And he didn't even win let's take a look at the popular vote. He didn't even win more than 2.5% of the popular vote. And even Evan got 1 delegate and only won 5% of the popular vote, practically speaking. And somehow he won 2 delegates makes no sense to me. It's almost like he didn't even try. Like, he didn't care to even try. Yeah, I agree. You do need the DM campaign, but also you also need to get out there and be your own supporter as well. Like, yeah, okay, you get it. You don't have the momentum. Yes, you don't have the momentum. We understand that you don't got it, but you can never have the momentum if you can't take yourself seriously. And he never took himself seriously. If he were to run again in 2032. Easy gone. He's not going to have the momentum because people are going to attack him on it. They're going to say, well, why should we vote for you when you didn't even vote for yourself in the Super Tuesday primary? You didn't even win a state, yet alone you didn't even vote for yourself. The same way that Skylar didn't even vote for you. Yeah, you may be active on the server, and yeah, you may live in Ireland, but that's still not an excuse. Because you live in Ireland, which means that you have a greater chance of voting first because you see the ballot before anybody else does. And yet you still didn't get out there and vote for yourself. So really, how can someone take your campaign seriously if you consider it a joke? That's why I say his campaign was a joke. It's a joke. And I hate to say it, but it's true. And that's the sad thing is I don't want to say that. But I can't lie, How is the delicate count coming in Virginia? My throat is killing me. Okay, perfect. What's it called? There was this one guy earlier. I think he was. I don't know. I just drank water. It's my throat. I blocked him on the channel, but he was giving me vibes of what happened in the midterms, and I blocked him. And he was saying some shady thing that seemed highly and oddly similar, like making fun of my lips. What I didn't know I had. It's just because I talk pretty fast, and so my tongue falls on one another, so it sounds like I can't speak correctly, which is kind of true. But anyway, he was making fun of me, and so I remembered immediately that was the same line somebody else used in the midterm, and so I blocked him. like almost immediately. Yeah, I blocked him. Yeah, I blocked him, but I don't know who he is. I'm gonna try to find it so I can look him up and see if he's in the server chat. Damn it. I gotta go to block now. Find out who he is. Hmm. Okay, Emperor Palpatine. Palpatine. That sounds like something that was in the server before. Yeah, good thing I blocked him. Yeah, oh, actually. Listen, I'm not worried. I'm not even bothered that they made fun of me. I'm not even phased by it because I don't really care. I care the fact that there could be a possible repeat again of what happened in the midterms, and that's why I wanted to catch it right when I did. And I didn't even give any hesitation. I'm like, blocked, done. And I think it's going to be a continuous problem that we're going to have going into the general election. I think that we're going to also have that same issue with people trying to come into the server and try to be really racist, rude, homophobic. I think that's something that we're going to be stuck with from now on. So I'm very sad that Carrie wasn't even moderating the chat. Thank God it wasn't that busy in the chat. But I definitely think Carrie is definitely needed. I definitely think that we need to make sure for the general election that we need to have part of um I don't mean I don't want to state it because it is your server, but if it's possible, we can act a role, even hire someone just for a role like this, where they just moderate chats in live streams only. Like it's possible if that's something you wanted to do or even consider, just so that they have more time. Like somebody who has a lot of time on their hand and kind of like doesn't mind doing it. Oh God, that will help me and you so much, especially in the live chat. And then you don't have to worry about you moderating the chat and doing all that stuff. You can just do the data. I can occasionally look at the data on the comments, and then yeah, we need others. We need help. Unfortunately, they don't even have a bot for us on what to call it. I can talk to the owner on StreamYard and see if there is a bot that can be used to help us out. But we'll need other staff members to join in. Yeah, we definitely need more staff members because that would be nice. John Christian, I will work hard to win Georgia, Mississippi, maybe Florida in the primary. Who is this? John, are you Eleanor Templeton? Yeah. Oh, hey, Templeton. Me and Leo were just talking about you. You had a really good performance tonight on your what's it called, in your primary. You did really well, actually. If you look at your data in terms of your delegate count total, you got 29 delegates and 8.5% of the popular vote. Unfortunately, that's not enough to get you big states or win a state, but nonetheless, you are winning delegates, which is really good. I mean, look at Teddy Roosevelt. He got no votes in any states really. He didn't even vote for himself, but one state he voted for, and he got like I think 11% of the vote, and he won 2 delegates. But that's it. You did consistently well across the board. So I think if anything, if you were to continue doing what you're doing, I think focus on making a name recognition. And if any Democrat loses the Republican general election, the general election for the presidency, I think you'll be in a well fitted area to continue where you started. Kind of like what Skylar Bennett did it with the Republican nomination. So let me show you here back in 2020. we have Skylar, who did quite well. We even had, who else was here that was also did quite well? Mike Shepard, for example, ended up doing quite well in the next election too. You look here, Mike Shepard was here at 23.7% of the popular vote. He got 700 delegates, but then he gave that to Lee, which is why you don't see it. But he did quite well with Jeffrey Lee and Skylar B. Bennett. So I definitely think that you shouldn't give up. I don't think you plan to, which is a good thing. But I think that you don't have a shot at winning, but you do have a shot at setting up your campaign ground game for 2032 if the Democrats don't win the presidency. But nonetheless, work on your campaign, ground game, whatever. You're doing well. You're doing great. No, we talked about name recognition. No, you have no intention of giving up. Yeah, good. I don't think you should. What's it call it? We were talking about me, Owen, and a few others were talking about like how Teddy Roosevelt ran on this campaign of staying in the race for name recognition. But we spoke about it. We spoke how name recognition can only take you so far. If you don't take your campaign seriously, you won't get anywhere in life. And this also applies directly to this too, because like if you look at the vote, let's actually show you some of the states here today, right? We have Alabama, right? Teddy Roosevelt, 0. Teddy Roosevelt, Alaska, 0. American Samoa, 0. Okay. Arkansas, he gets 5%. Okay. California, 0. Little 0. He gets 0. He only got 500 votes in California. 0. He didn't vote for himself. Okay. Colorado, he voted for himself. 1. Maine, 0. Massachusetts, 0. Minnesota, 0. North Carolina, 0. Oklahoma, 0. Tennessee, 8%. Texas, 4%. Utah, 0. Vermont, 5%. Virginia, 11%. That's where he got his states from. He ran last minute. The thing is that name recognition takes you so far, but if you don't even try to get anywhere, if you even do anything, how can you expect people to vote for you? And we all had this very long conversation on how name recognition matters when you fight. When you don't fight, you don't even put the effort to vote for yourself. How can somebody vote for you if you don't even do it for yourself? Like, how can someone believe in you if you don't even believe in your own campaign? You, on the other hand, I'm not saying he didn't believe in the campaign, but he never made the effort to vote for himself, even if no one voted for him. The thing is, for you, though, you constantly made the effort to campaign, and it paid off. Yeah, it didn't win you. It's not going to win you this election. You're not, by any chance, going to be the nominee. But you are getting name recognition. And that's going to help you in the long run. And I think, out of anything, I think, Teddy Roosevelt definitely going to have it hard. I mean, if it was you up against Teddy Roosevelt, I think you would be a slam dunk. I think you would beat Teddy Roosevelt in a head-to-head matchup in the Democratic primary. But also not to mention, Teddy Roosevelt wouldn't be Teddy Roosevelt in the next election anyway, because we are preventing any candidate who is running as a former president who became president in the past and has at least served 2 terms cannot run again. But like, just say Jimmy Carter, who is a Republican in this aspect, won 1 term but didn't win a 2nd term, and therefore Jimmy Carter is eligible to run again. But Teddy Roosevelt, no. So technically, he can't run as Teddy Roosevelt again. He's gonna have to run as somebody else, unless he wants to run as like the grandson or grandkid of Teddy Roosevelt, like Theodore Roosevelt II or something like that. I'm sure that is there somewhere. I feel greasy. My God, I feel gross. Okay, let's take a look. Hopefully Leo uploaded the new data because I want to go to bed and I have to put the dogs away. Okay, he uploaded the map, which is fine. Can't go wrong with the map. Yeah, Leo, you got gang banged in Virginia. Like, you got slaughtered. Yeah, you almost done perfect. So, John, what do you think about like the results? 'Cause, like, you came in really late. What was your thoughts on the Republican primary and the Democratic primary? Like, what's your thoughts? Because Skylar dropped out of the race. That was a that was a shocker. We're waiting on Leo to finish the delegate count. So that's what we're waiting on, and then we'll end the live. Because I am tired. We're gonna do this a little bit differently next time. We're gonna have Leo have everybody vote. Everybody has to wait for the results. We do the data and whatnot. And then Leo make the graphics and everything already pre-hand. And all Leo needs to do is just upload it every 15-20 minutes. So then Leo doesn't have to do all the work, all the paperwork all at once. He can kind of divide his time throughout the time that he needs. And then come the day out, he's able to do all that and be able to upload it in timely fashion. So instead of having a live be 6 hours or 5 hours, we can break it down hopefully into a 2-hour video. I think Bennett's far-right attitude proved too much for the American people to reject him once again. I don't know if he would stay American. I mean, it's the Republican primary. I don't know if Americans rejected him, so to speak. I feel like, well, I mean, we really don't know. We don't know if we can make that determination because if you look here underneath here, we have Dwight D. Eisenhower. He was running under as a far right candidate. We don't really know how the map would have looked had he not been disqualified for being found of and being guilty of voter fraud. I definitely think that what to call it, you know, that would have maybe that might have made sense. But just say Dwight D. Eisenhower was on the ballot, he would have performed well. He got 20% of the vote here and there. So I think it would have divided the voting, and I think that it would have took away from Louis Meyer's campaign. I definitely think that that would have hurt. I also think it would have hurt a little bit on Jeffrey Lee's. I mostly Skylar. I definitely think it would have hurt multiple people if he wasn't disqualified for what he did. Also with the far right candidate. So I don't know if we can make it a determination on the fact of his ideology or more so on the character that Skylar represents. Also, I think I have a shot at winning Georgia, Mississippi, and Florida and preventing Rainbow Dash sweep in the Deep South. it would be interesting to see if you're able to. We actually, believe it or not, we talked about your last name. Me and Owen were talking about your last name and how it means things, and how people who don't know you base you and your ideologies based off your last name, and how name means everything, name recognition, name, even if you don't have the recognition, how it matters when people go and vote. And we talked about, like, okay, where will you perform the best? And we kind of said you sound kind of similar to like a southern name or stuff like that. I was thinking more like Templeton, so like I was thinking like a Shirley Temple for some reason. So I was thinking kind of like, it kind of makes sense. Like it would be in the South. And so that would be the first thing that would come to mind. Oh, and I also said you do well with Latinos, because I don't really know what my answer or response to that was. I'm kind of tired and I don't really remember. It's been hours ago, quite literally. So I really don't know. Carter and Shamrock attacks me and can't just shut their mouth because they thought that my campaign is pathetic. Well, your campaign is not pathetic. I don't think it is. I never thought it was. I think, and I hate to say this, but in terms of patheticness, I think the two people who were the most pathetic in terms of their campaign would be Skylar Bennett because of the inactivity, and Teddy Roosevelt because he didn't even vote for himself. You know what I mean? I think that those two were pathetic because they didn't even try. I feel like they both gave up before the race started. And I think that's sad because I feel like they would have did well, decently, if they actually gave an F, if you know what I mean. If they actually tried, they would have did. I definitely think they would have tried. Okay, so we have an update in Virginia right now. Let's take a look. Let's take a look at the delegate count. Okay, 812 delegates to Louis Amaya with 52.5% of the popular vote. With Jeffrey Lee, 33.4% with 248 delegates. With Joseph Bonahan getting 7 delegates tonight. That's interesting to say the least. Okay, let's take a look at state of Virginia final results here. We have Louis Amaya wins 24 delegates with 41.2% of the popular vote. There's Jeffrey Lee's 35.3% with 17 delegates, and Skylar Bennett getting 23.5% of the popular vote with 7 delegates, and it's out of the state of Virginia. So that's shocking, but not surprising. Skylar Bennett definitely outperformed expectations. So, all right, guys, have a great night. Thank you all for coming. Thank you, Leah, for hosting. And I hope you guys enjoyed this video. Don't forget to like, subscribe, hit the bell icon. I'll see you guys in the next video. Until then, adios.